black windows once you go down. You must be crazy if you think that I'ma slow down. Don't wanna hear it talking shit, fuck the drama. Keep it coming, I'ma send you to your mama. Mr. Whip, whip, flip, get the guns out. Dropping bodies in the place till the sun's out. Can't fuck with this, I'm going to try. Just when the bullets fly,
Namaste, I am Dr. Sandhya Kaveri, Principal at Kateel Ashok Memorial College. Welcome you all to Kateel Ashok Memorial Group of Institutions.
Slow down, don't wanna hear it talking shit, fuck the drama. You keep it coming, I'ma send you to your mama. Mr. Whip, quick clip, get the guns out. Dropping bodies into place till the sun's out. Can't fuck with me, so don't even try. Cause when the bullets fly, I'm the last one to die. You must be crazy if you think that I'ma slow down. Don't wanna hear it talking shit, fuck the drama. Keep it coming, I'ma send you to your mama. Mr. Whip, quick flip, get the guns out. Dropping bodies in the place till the sun's out. Can't fuck with this, I'm going to try. Just when the bullets fly,
Namaste, I am Dr. Sandhya Kaveri, Principal at Kateel Ashok Memorial College. Welcome you all to Kateel Ashok Memorial Group of Institutions.
Slow down, don't wanna hear it talking shit, fuck the drama. You keep it coming, I'ma send you to your mama. Mr. Whip, quick clip, get the guns out. Dropping bodies into place till the sun's out. Can't fuck with me, so don't even try. Cause when the bullets fly, I'm the last one to die.
ಎಲ್ಲರ ನೋವನು ಬಲ್ಲವನಾದರೆ ಗೆಲ್ಲುವೆ ನೀನು ಬಾಳಲ್ಲಿ ಗೆಲ್ಲುವೆ ನೀನು ಬಾಳಲ್ಲಿ ಗೆಲ್ಲುವೆ ನೀನು ಬಾಳಲ್ಲಿ.
Thank you, students, for that soulful invocation. To set the tone for today's deliberations, may I now invite our convener and IQSA coordinator, Dr. Archana Kepat Madam, to formally welcome the gathering and to present the opening remarks and briefly outline the themes of this gathering. Madam.
Thank you, Reshma ma'am. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, dear delegates, respected dignitaries on stage, Honorable VC Dr. Sharath Ananthamurthy, Professor Deepti Ganapathy. We have with us our principal, Dr. Sandhya Kaveri. We have the chief guest of today, Dr. Rajani Pai, Dr. Preeti Shambo, respected dignitaries of the stage, our guides, respected colleagues, dear volunteers and dear delegates, and also welcome dear esteemed members of the media platforms. In an age of ready-made ChatGPT generated introductions and vote of thanks, I, Archana Bhatt K, convener of this conference, stand before you speaking from my heart, reading out words that I have written. So please excuse me if they don't sound rosy with exuberant words and if they are riddled with mistakes. With this disclaimer, I welcome all of you to the 2-day hybrid national conference on artificial intelligence, interdisciplinarity and the future of Dr. Preeti Shanko, who is a practicing psychologist and the CEO of Manasa Hospital, but still she makes time for all the organizations and she's with us for everything. A very warm welcome to you, ma'am. A very warm welcome to our own guide, the biggest counselor that any one of us can think of, the sailor who knows how to pull the ship out of the storm. A very warm welcome, ma'am, with all your humbleness and your hard work. We are indeed proud. I think all of us who are working here know how proud we are to be working under ma'am. A very warm welcome to you, ma'am. And we have the director of MCCS who said, no ma'am, I think you should be on stage. I do not want on stage. So though sir, you rightfully belong on stage, but sir refused to be on stage today. Our guide, the director of MCCS, Professor Rajendra, Chenni sir, a very warm welcome to you, sir. A very warm to Professor Ramchandra Badiga sir. I don't see sir anywhere here. Sir has also been our backbone, supporting us through everything, guiding us through everything. A very warm welcome to you, sir. A very warm welcome to one of our panelists that we will be having soon. We also have Dr. Ashok D'Souza with us. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Sir has come all the way from Belagavi for the conference. Sir is a professor of social work at Rani Chennamma University, Belagavi. A very warm welcome. It is indeed warm because Shivamogga has crossed 30 degrees. A very warm welcome to all the delegates who come from different parts of Karnataka. We have people from Mangalore, I can see from Tumkur, from Mysore phenomena. We have students. Our delegates include UG students, PG students, research scholars, faculty members, PhD guides. We also have freelancers who have been interested in mental health and the field of AI. We have former professors who are with us. Right now, people who are serving as professors. A very warm welcome to all the delegates and a round of applause to everyone, please. We have been planning for the conference for about 4-5 months now. It started off in 2005, late 2005, and we have indeed had a lot of, I say no other hurdles, but health hurdles around us. And throughout all the hurdles that we have had, our faculty members, our colleagues, our students have stood with us like rocks. And I really appreciate all of you being together with all of us. A very warm welcome to all the faculty members, our colleagues, and dear students. Today we are sitting in the auditorium of Kateel Ashok Memorial Institute of Nursing. And we have with us a whole big crowd of nursing students, and we also have the principal of the nursing college, Professor Mallikarjuna sir. A very warm welcome to you. Thank you very much for all the cooperation that you have given us. A very warm welcome to all the media personals and our well-wishers who have gathered here with us today to talk and learn about AI and the interdisciplinary perspectives. I hope we all have a very fruitful time of learning with an exchange of knowledge about AI, the different perspectives of AI in a non-AI platform with the experts being physically present with us. A very warm welcome to also all the delegates who are online with us. There are quite a number of delegates who opted for online mode because they couldn't travel here, and we have them behind the camera sitting at their own homes or in their own colleges. A very warm welcome. Let us now enjoy, learn, and have a happy time learning with all the experts with us. Thank you very much for being with us, and we all will have a very good day and welcome all of you once again. Thank you.
Thank you, madam, for setting the context so beautifully, and I welcome you too, ma'am. It is now my proud privilege to request Mr. Ms. Roja, faculty from the Department of English, to introduce our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Sharath Ananthamurthy sir.
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of Kateel Ashok Memorial College, it is my great honor to introduce our esteemed guest, Dr. Sharath Ananthamurthy, the Vice Chancellor of Kuvempu University. Dr. Sharath Ananthamurthy completed his MSc in Physics from IIT Kanpur and went on to earn his MS and PhD in Atomic and Laser Spectroscopy from the University of Iowa, USA, where he spent 7 years of pursuing advanced studies. He has an impressive academic career with 38 years of research experience and 28 years of teaching experience. As a postdoctoral researcher, he worked on building atomic beams for quantum electrodynamics tests. He also developed a sophisticated high vacuum ion trap system in collaboration with Germany at Bangalore University, which was the first of its kind in India. Dr. Ananthamurthy has significantly contributed to research funding, bringing approximately 22 crore rupees for both individual and university level projects. He has published numerous research papers in prestigious international journals and has actively participated in science, communication and higher education outreach. He has had extensive international exposure, including serving as an academic visitor at Imperial College London, which is among the top-ranked institutions globally. He was also a visiting professor in quantum optics at Imperial College London and a DSD-DAAD academic visitor at the University of Mainz, Germany. In India, he has served on several important academic committees, including UGC project evaluation committees and as chairman of the postdoctoral fellowship selection committee of the government of Kerala. He has also designed and taught specialized undergraduate physics courses at IISc Bangalore. Dr. Ananthamurthy is a recipient of the Commonwealth Academic Fellowship Award 2006-2007. In addition to his academic excellence, he has held several administrative positions. He served as chairman of the physics department at Bangalore University and played a key role in securing major research grants. He has also contributed to infrastructure development and quality enhancement in higher education across Karnataka. With such remarkable contribution to education, research and administration, we are truly privileged to have him with us today. So ladies and gentlemen, please join me in warmly welcoming our inaugurator of today's conference, Professor Sharath Ananthamurthy sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Roja, for introducing our Vice Chancellor. We shall now proceed to the inaugural ceremony, a moment of symbolic significance. May I now respectfully invite our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Sharath Ananthamurthy sir, to inaugurate the event by watering the plant. And I also request our dignitaries to join us for the inaugural event. Thank you to our esteemed Vice Chancellor Sharath Ananthamurthy sir and the dignitaries for gracing the occasion and inaugurating the event. May I now request the Honorable Vice Chancellor to kindly deliver the inaugural address.
Dignitaries on the dais, Madam Rajani, the principal of this college, Sandhya Kaveri, keynote speaker today, Professor Deepti Ganapathy, Archana, Professor Rajani, Chenni, Shivamogga, other delegates, dear students. When Professor Chenni told me about what this two-day conference was about, I started thinking about a few things. One was whether they are trying to see them as three separate things. Is it AI, higher education, or the future of higher education, interdisciplinarity? Although they are strung together, I was not sure if the connections need to be made or even how to do that. The second puzzle came when they told me that Professor Deepa was going to be inaugurating this, and she's one of the leading climate change specialists. So that set me even more confused, because I started to think, how has climate change got to do with this whole thing? But then I found some kind of an answer, because climate change is perhaps the most interdisciplinary activity that one could think of today. The most pressing, it's the elephant in the room, really. And elephants have started coming into rooms. The man-animal conflict is exacerbated today more than ever. But if I chose to talk about each of them, this will make a 10-day conference, really, because they're all so important in their own way. So let me try instead and focus upon my experience of what I'm seeing happening, what is unfolding in the Indian university landscape. So a lot of my remarks will be confined to perhaps very local experiences, but slightly global too, but not extending beyond the shores of this land. So let me start with, this is a string of ideas that I've been mulling over, and so what I put across to you is tentative, but hopefully we can take it up further. If you look at the background of where Indian universities have started, they all came out of the post-independence, at least the modern universities as we see them. Places like Mysore, Allahabad, Madras existed before that. But the university as we conceive it today is a post-independence scenario. Universities then were almost always public, with a commitment of the government to public education. Education as a public good. With the coming of GATT, the first version of GATT, the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trades, happened in the 1940s, late 40s. But its version to be incorporated first came about in 1994, I think it was, with the WTO putting in a few regulations. And that's where the whole idea of education as a public good changed to education as a commodity, something that can be transacted, sold, and so on. And I remember still, because I had just come back from the US and the mid-90s, where suddenly I saw that when I had gone away, the rhetoric that I heard in universities was one thing. When I returned, it had become something else. It was all about job-oriented, that was the lingua franca at the time, job-oriented courses, privatization. Entrepreneurship came a little later. It didn't quite happen then. Universities were still conceived as places where some kind of funding would come from a source, the government usually, and it was all about the expanse of the mind, learning, thinking, research, blue sky research mostly, a few applied things, but they were not quite sure what applied research had to do in the universities. They were mostly confined to the IITs and so on. And even in the IITs, very little research happened at the time. Today, everything has changed. And I don't want to go into all the details because that would make a whole long speech. But as I see it today, to put it very shortly, we are in a state of confusion. The confusion is because all the traditional courses as we know them are not fetching jobs. So we don't know what to do. Is it because of the problem with the courses themselves? In other words, to put it more directly, have things like physics, mathematics, biology, psychology, not applied, but psychology as its core discipline, become redundant because AI somehow can do all that? Or is it that there's something faulty about the way in which these courses are being taught, and therefore the people who are trained in these disciplines have become useless to the outside world? Or is it also because the outside world itself doesn't know what they want? If you listen sometimes to the rhetoric of our great industrialists, I don't want to name them, but they think they can have the final say on everything under the sun, from how we should live our lives, to what we should be learning, to how many hours we should be working in an institution, every damn thing under the sun. If you heard them, they would want our universities to be turned into polytechnics. Because the whole concept of skill is about learning to be a plumber, learning to build your electrical connections in your house, or higher order skills like computing. Thinking has been left out of all this. Is thinking a skill too? Can one conceptualize thinking as a skill? And if so, what is thinking needed for? I dare say at the moment our own industry doesn't really want thinkers. They want people with skills, and themselves may change tomorrow because they themselves don't know what the staples are. So this leaves us with a very peculiar scenario. In addition to this is our whole policies of what I call jumping the gun. This has happened, and I will focus now on our research priorities, because after all, in pedagogy, research has to go hand in hand with teaching. What about research? Here, if you look at Indian universities, a few years ago, even 20, 30 years ago, there was something called the UGC. I don't know how many of you remember that. The UGC today is all but a toothless tiger. Keeps making noises, but it really has no power. Because the UGC's role as funder has been almost wiped out. So they used to give money. They used to give money to researchers, tier 2, tier 3 university researchers, starting with small amounts. In fact, my first grant in, I think 98 or something, was a 50,000 rupee grant on a UGC minor project to buy a computer. So, which I did and actually put it to good use. The amount started to get more, and I think the last when UGC, just before shutting shop, they used to fund 25 to 30 lakhs. You know, again, not a whole lot of money, but enough for a starting researcher to buy a few things, buy a mixer or buy some kind of ovens to make their samples, if you're doing material science. And start off some research, start off some research, not spectacular publications, not the fly-by-night operators, but, decent, good Q2, Q3 journals. That has gone today. With the ANRF, I'm sorry to say, the ANRF sounds like a fantastic idea. Everything under one umbrella. Money has actually come down for research. We are now barely at 0.5 to 0.6% of the GDP. We used to be 1%, and that was also not enough. Small countries like Korea invest over 2 to 3% for research. China, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, is again 2%. But the GDP is a lot. I think it's 15 times higher than, or even much more than that. I don't have the numbers. So, you put your money where your mouth is. And when you don't do that, suddenly for you to say, India should become this and that, and for example, in quantum technologies now, everyone's talking about quantum. I'm a physicist, so I know that. The amount of money that the government of India has earmarked for quantum sciences in 5 years is less than what Google has invested into 3 universities in 3 years. Now at Google alone, let's not talk about what's happening in the US now. Things are in a pretty bizarre shape, but that apart, Europe, China, I don't even want to talk about China, because then we would go back feeling very, very despondent about our situation. So, you can't do all this unless you invest more money and you spread it out to universities, colleges. 90% of our children who go into higher education come from not IITs or IISc or the management institutes. They come from tier 2, tier 3 universities, colleges. It's very hard now for you to get money. I know what's happening in my own university. We have barely 2 or 3 ANRF grants. The rest of them kaput. It's all gone and very unlikely to be revived. The government of India is also quickly shying away from research because there's this paisa vasool kind of attitude to it. You know, I put in 5 rupees in, tomorrow show me how you have generated 10 rupees. Now, if you're going to sustain research, you can't have a paisa vasool. And especially in this country where pedagogy has suffered, we are not training the right way to critical thinking, to asking original questions. You can't expect that hotshot research is going to come out of these universities, but you first have to invest. You have to give them a chance. When you dry up those sources, then it's very difficult to talk about, high quality research and Vikasit Bharat, etc., etc. I think these are all just castles in the air. I may sound a little harsh, but I have to speak the truth. So let's come to pedagogy. Because we are at a dangerous juncture where our courses could get closed down. Admissions are dropping. In Kuvempu University itself, over the last 2 years, we are having a funding crisis and we aren't having enough students to get the fees generated to run our courses. So Mysore, I know, has shut down nearly 20 departments and courses. There's strong urges, insinuations, signals from the government even for us to do the same thing. I'm appalled by this because everyone seems to have forgotten that the universities are not just sweatshops to produce some skilled people, but places to educate a citizenry, to educate them about the values of society, to educate them about keeping your environment clean, to adopt sustainable habits. And all these are not paisa vasool things. They are things that improve the health of the country. So, if you can't do these, if you don't have the resources to do this, then where is this going? My own thoughts are not that a BSc physics is useless, but a BSc physics has to be restructured. It has to be made discursive, for example, in the class. You have to go to the core fundamentals. It's not to say that AI is going to do all your answers, so therefore we don't need to teach them. And we don't quite know how to do this. We should be conducting more teacher workshops in our universities and colleges. Teacher workshops on educating ourselves about what is to come. How do we receive it? Do we just receive it in open arms? Are there modes of resistance? Because also education is about resisting the dominant paradigms. Are there reasonable ways in which we can intervene, question? But to do this, we need an academic workforce that thinks that ideas are important, that thinks that what's happening out in the world is going to affect us deeply, that thinks and acts about what India is doing about this, instead of chasing vice chancellorships and positions in government. The most ambitious thing of my colleagues today is to become the registrar evaluation. I don't know why. What's so big about conducting examinations? You all know why people want to become registrars of evaluation. I'm saying all this because I wanted to say all this. This is surely going to make our people at Vidhan Sauda say, you guys are not even thinking about what you teach and what you learn. It is easy fodder for them to, criticize us. So we are, I think, spelling our own doom. There used to be a time when universities were full of political action. JNU, fortunately, still is such a place. It's a place where the students gather around in the evenings. They get a guy or a woman to come and talk to them about some burning issue. And someone told me that's why they all pass the IAS. This is true. This kind of very wide liberal learning is what prepares you also for the competitive exams of tomorrow. But that apart, I'm not saying this in a very pragmatic way. I'm saying that this is a fundamental need. You have to stop thinking about what AI is doing, so should we stop this? You have to start thinking about how can I use AI in my pedagogy? And here I'll come to the last point that I was going to make. As I see it, AI is a problem solver. It solves problems. It solves more effectively multidisciplinary problems. Because what do? You ask normally. For example, recently I asked, what is the likely outcome? There's this wonderful new kid on the block, cloud AI, which is far better than ChatGPT. So I asked cloud AI, what do you think the outcome of the Iran-American conflict is going to be? And it ting, several things came, and then it poured out some references. Then I said, you tell me. So it summarized those references, and it said, well, the US is going to inflict more damage, but it's not clear that they're going to win the war, because there's going to be no regime change in Iran, and they can pretty much restart all the things that they've lost. And besides that, it also said the overwhelming opinion now, even in the West, is anti-America. This is a war we don't really want. But what was that? It needed several disciplinary thought modes to come together to answer my question. Which means that this is going to be an extraordinarily useful tool. But then how do we take this tool on? I've been told already that in many of the IITs, the best students go to an IIT. I mean, it's okay, quota and others apart. When you choose a few lakhs of very good students, at least a few thousands are going to be really top-notch. And, quota or no quota, they are the good ones to get in. They've all started to say, why should we solve the whole problem and get to all the steps when an AI tool can give me the answer? So the challenge now, and it's happening already, because you have very good faculty in the IITs and they've started thinking about, is to outmaneuver AI. In other words, they can use an AI system, but they can't really answer the question unless they also think and unless they ask AI the right questions. So training is also about interrogating AI. But if you have to interrogate AI, you've got to know the subject. So it's kind of a loop thing, you can't really give up your fundamental learning. And there's another reason for which you should be giving up your fundamental learning. And that is what I call cognitive weakness. If you take an athlete, Bopanna is sitting there, he trains athletes in sports science, he's a very good trainer. They talk about, all the physics of motion, but then they also start making you run. And a javelin thrower is told that 45 degrees is the right way to throw a javelin, but they make you throw a javelin. Why? Because you've got to develop that. Similarly, this needs exercise. And how do you do that? You do that by putting aside AI systems and going through the hard work. So I think pedagogy is in the good old way with some modifications, because right now we are not even doing that. Our teachers are not solving problems. I know my science teachers. They're not teaching the way they should be. Because our examinations have to change. We have such a I can't use an English word, drabe, I would say in Kannada. It is completely useless. Our examinations are not even testing anything except your capacity to reproduce paragraphs. Now, if they were to become more critical thinking oriented, can you argue why this has to be the case? Give me 3 compelling arguments. Or can you argue against this? Can you use logic? This is the kind of training that has to happen. And then we'd be in a better shape to take on AI. In fact, create our own AI systems even. And that's where China is. And that's where the best universities in the US and Europe are. And that's where we should be getting to. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your profound insights and inspiring words that truly set the stage for this occasion, and emphasizing on the transformation of higher education through the flexible learning, critical thinking, and about the multidisciplinarity and the research-focused pedagogy. Thank you very much, sir. May I now request Ms. Hani Kaveri, faculty member from the Department of Psychology, to introduce our keynote speaker, Professor Deepti Ganapathy.
Good morning, respected dignitaries, esteemed colleagues, and dear participants. I am Ms. Hani Kaveri, faculty from the Department of Psychology. It is indeed my privilege and honor to introduce our keynote speaker for this national conference, Dr. Deepti Ganapathy, member of the faculty at the Center for Management Communication, IIM Bangalore. With over 2 decades of rich experience spanning both industry and academia, Dr. Ganapathy is a distinguished thought leader in the domains of climate communication, leadership, and health communication. Beginning her professional journey as a journalist with leading media houses such as Deccan Herald and Times of India, she has reported extensively on critical sectors including health, education, and society. Her excellence in journalism was recognized internationally when she became a finalist for the CNN Young Journalist Award in 2007 and represented Rotary International in New Zealand. Transitioning into academia, she pursued her PhD in communication and since has been shaping young minds through her teaching at the master's level and executive levels. Her courses span business communication, storytelling in data, digital communication, and strategic leadership communication. Dr. Ganapathy's research has been published in globally reputed journals, and she is the author of the widely acclaimed book, Media and Climate Change, Making Sense of Press Narratives, which has gained international recognition and is used in executive educational programs. She has also contributed significantly to global discourse as an expert committee member of the WHO's Infodemic Management Group, an affiliate faculty at George Mason University, and a visiting scholar at the University of California, San Diego. Her work continues to influence policy, academia, and practice in sustainability and climate communication. As sought-after speaker at international forums, Dr. Ganapathy brings a unique blend of practical insight and academic rigor to her work. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in warmly welcoming our keynote speaker, Dr. Deepti Ganapathy.
Thank you, Hani, for that wonderful introduction. I now humbly invite our keynote speaker, Dr. Deepti Ganapathy Madam, to deliver the keynote address.
Namaskara. Dignitaries on the dais, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Kuvempu University, Professor Sharath Ananthamurthy, thank you so much for setting the stage for my keynote. I think you will find on many areas we will overlap on some ideas, but we will also be very divergent on some ideas. So I hope you will appreciate that as well. Dr. Rajani, Director, Manasa Trust, Dr. Rajendra, Chenni, Director, MCCS, Shivamogga, Dr. Preeti Shanbag, Professor Badiga, Dr. Archana Bhatt, thank you so much for giving that, from the heart speech. In fact, I have also handwritten my keynote today, and it's very heartening to see that in today's time and age. Professor Mallikarjun and Dr. Sandhya Kaveri. Thank you for inviting me to deliver this keynote at this national conference on a theme that is addressing the frontier technologies, AI and its interdisciplinary application, in addressing some of the most pressing challenges of our times, including climate change, health, while maintaining an inclusive growth and ensuring data sovereignty. I congratulate the conveners of the conference for thinking about this theme, and I hope that the next 2 days for all of you will be immersive and exhaustive in experiences and deliberations. Before I start my speech, I just want to give a disclaimer here. Having an expert like a physicist on the stage, I am no expert in AI, but I think the organizers called me here because of the interdisciplinary nature of my work and research. But I'm going to tap into my undergraduate learning as a computer science graduate, where my left brain was stimulated enough to complement with what I was already, I think, gifted with, creativity. And I also welcome the media persons who are here, because what you will understand and write about AI will determine a lot of outcomes. So it's very important how you would understand that too. I would like to begin my talk by quoting from the novel, The Last Queen of Kashmir by Rakesh Kaul. This quote, or the incident, as you will discover, looks at our glorious past and the kind of academic rigor that went into designing a pipeline of leaders, great leaders, who also became good and able administrators and a group of committed citizenry. It will also give my talk a solid foundation to build on where we are today and what we envisage for our future. The protagonist of the novel, Kota, is asked a question during her final examination to become a Kashmiri Bhattarika, which is known in other words as a graduate or a learned woman. Remember, the Sharada Peeth is recognized as one of the most prominent and lost temple universities in the Indian subcontinent, thriving between the 6th to the 12th century. Similar to Nalanda and Takshila, it was a major center for learning. The scene is described very vividly. After spending years in the center of learning, on the day of her graduation, she is asked to give her final exam. She wakes up very early. She takes her bath and she does her studies. But at dawn, she is taken out in a procession, similar to what we do in our convocations, going out in a procession, to a plant outside on whose leaves reflect the sun's first rays through a dewdrop. Her guru asks her to explain what she sees. Now remember, this question is not available on the internet. It's not part of any study material. It's actually an out-of-syllabus question. Yet her answer stuns the gathering. And I quote, "I see the macrocosm whole in the microcosm self. I see the microcosm in the macrocosm," concluding that we are all part of that one reality. The purpose of education is to arouse curiosity, the spirit of inquiry, and the ability to question the status quo. The answer that the Princess of Kashmir, Kota, gave to become one of the most fearless queen of her time is what we are today seeing in the form of collective ideas in that whole AI spectrum. Now that we know that AI is a hot topic, grabbing the headlines and interdisciplinary in nature, did you know that the chemical engineering field, in that field it's about 40 plus years old? AI as a discipline was founded in the mid-1950s. In the early 1980s, it was known to the people in the field of computer science as neural networks, and the systems were called expert systems. The LLMs of today are our own unique brains. As you know, every human brain has roughly 100 billion neurons, and these are living entities, and they have a goal to survive and thrive. John Hopfield, the Nobel Prize winner in physics in 2024, his work was all about AI, and it was originally inspired by the structure of the brain. In 1982, he invented a network that uses a method for saving and recreating patterns, what we call as associative memory. Just like the Vattarika, he found inspiration in how small parts in a system affect the system as a whole. Along with Geoffrey Hinton, Hopfield was honored for creating the Hopfield Network in 1982. What can be the future of higher education set against this backdrop? In India, the expectations are high. We are pegged to be the fastest growing economy. We need to build more and more businesses. We have the world's youngest population. For institutes of higher education, this cannot be a much better time. This is the time for that pivot when tensions are high on the frontier technologies end and the complexities that are unique to us. While India is known to be a services-heavy sector, the push towards Viksit Bharat will inevitably demand a workforce that is resilient, adaptable, and willing to learn and work hard. It is here that higher education systems must look inward at our own glorious past, where the learner was exposed to multi-dimensional ways of thinking, problem solving, strategies to execute in a war. Today we see that in the form of cognitive warfare, right? Understanding trade and diplomacy, shaping into a well-rounded individual, whether it was an administrator, an economist, an industrialist, a job creator, a craftsman, an artist, as the society of that time demanded. In today's society, the demands are high for entrepreneurs, disruptors, and innovators. So I now move from the past to what is already known. How do we align, instead of using the word past, but what is deep within us? How do we align from that internal to the external? In the race towards accreditations, rankings, are we doing some real soul searching to display a uniqueness? to sense the needs of the outer world when there is such a huge gap in employability. It's not just enough to jump the bandwagon and launch new courses, new programs. Look closely at the examples I cited before. Work done in the early 1980s showing up as impact 40 years later and relevant too. This clearly indicates to the fact that when higher education systems give their faculty an environment of trust, security, and longevity, they thrive. Because we need to make mistakes before we have that eureka moment. We need to foster collaboration. We need to bank on our networks, and those networks are built with trust and time. And we need to be able to be brave enough to fail and learn from those mistakes and innovate and recalibrate. For this, we need tenured positions. We need to have an openness of dissent and diverse thought processes and the ability to take risks. As mentioned in the Vice Chancellor's speech before, PhDs who are doing their PhD in AI and computational methods, they are no longer looking at academic institutions for jobs. The tech companies are grabbing them and are ready to pay them any amount of money. This is not a healthy trend. We can't rest the powers to be to have this asymmetric form of information being divided there, right? It creates a lot of problems. Look what happened with Twitter. The data is no longer publicly available for researchers, which is now called as X, the platform, right? A lot of academic research would take place on the platform Twitter, computer sciences, social sciences. There were so many streams of research taking place on that one medium when it started off in 2009, not any longer. Now, having covered what academic institutions must do, I move to what we need to be thinking about in terms of showing academic leadership. Is it just enough to be seen in the world rankings? First year, we are breaking into the top 100. Second year, breaking into the top 50. Is that what we are meant to be showcasing? Or can we demonstrate a deeper understanding of these technological advances and build a pipeline of future leaders who will not get worried by disruption and change? On one hand, we read reports of companies laying off thousands of employees, while on the other, we read about large conglomerates being invited to India to set up huge facilities and the promise of job creation. How do we show leadership in such changing scenarios as academicians? McKinsey recently put out a report that 85% of companies' AI projects fail. They are not well thought of. No one is even taking the time to understand the problem, and everyone is just merely jumping onto the bandwagon. Text to video, which was a hype 2 years ago, today everyone can do it. A single prompt can give you a 6 to 10 second video. When this happened, the buzz was that the movies industry would collapse and that there will soon be a prompt that can give you a 90-minute video. Well, we are yet to see that full story, though a lot of creators are making small 6 to 10 second videos and stitching them together to make longer videos. Remember, time-honored expertise matters. In Norway, the Nepali Sherpas are much sought after. They possess a craft that has survived thousands of years, building mountain paths. In the early 2000s, when Norway was witnessing their trails collapsing because of mud, erosion, scarred mountainsides, because the love of hiking exploded at that time, Norway did not turn to concrete or heavy industry. They turned to the people who have built such paths in the harshest mountains of the world, our very own Himalayas. No machinery is used. The Sherpas split the rock by hand, carry them on their backs, and carve them into the mountain to get a natural fit. Over 200 Norwegian trails have been transformed with patience and precision. For Sherpa families back home, it has meant education is funded, homes have been rebuilt, and villages renewed. One summer's pay can be equivalent to 2 decades worth of pay back home. Now the Sherpa children know that their craft is valued and relevant. The craft has survived, not as a memory of folklore, but as a living testament visible on the mountains halfway across the world. It is these incidents and case studies that remind us that we need to inculcate learning systems that make learners look at localized and ingenious solutions to solve a problem or a business problem they encounter. To not replicate what is being done with an AI tool, but to ask the questions that are most pertinent in each context. Another example of 3 women in India reminds me how women have always had tremendous inspiration and influence in society. An educated woman can uplift her family and community. However, even without the access to education, there are women who have understood the problems that have plagued their environs and they have risen to the occasion. The late Padma Shri Tulsi Gowda, whom I had the honor of receiving at my institute, is one such. I had urged my students to invite her instead of the usual business leaders for a summit on sustainability that they were organizing. The moment she walked into that 300-strong auditorium, barefoot, wearing her traditional attire, the entire audience stood up. No words were needed, no background slides, no music, no publicity. The energy of 30,000 saplings that she had planted and nourished over her lifetime in her remote village coursed through that space. I can still visualize that scene. In the Baiga tribal community in another part of India, a young girl is quietly building a seed bank. Lahari Bai goes to every village and returns to her small hut to preserve 150 rare indigenous seeds on the verge of extinction. These seeds are from ancient crops, medicinal plants, and drought-resistant grains that can feed generations and fight climate change. Today, India is pushing forth on the front of millets as a climate-resistant crop. But are we even looking at this rich biodiversity that we are losing so quickly and so rapidly because of urbanization? This girl is doing this with no education, no support, yet with that profound understanding of the microcosm in the macrocosm. In the integrated vision of the rishis and the sages of ancient India, one's life is a participation in this cosmic yajna. It's a cosmic cycle where give and take is an infinite network of interconnectedness. Great personalities like the late Padma Shri Salamarada Timmaka and Tulsi Gowda recognized this interconnectedness in which they were embedded. So they received from their network, but they also gave back to that network. It is these stories that inspire us to think about the role of higher education. How can we leverage AI and other technological advancements and think of the future of higher education? Recently, India attained criticality in a commercial 500 megawatt power producing fast breeder nuclear reactor. We have, in a way, quietly achieved energy independence. Riding on the success of the digital public infrastructure, the architects behind this, Nandan Nilekani and Pramod Verma, are seeking to create open global rails for cross-border e-commerce, which will be AI-led. The recent signing of free trade agreements with EU, New Zealand will neatly tie into this development. Let me give you a reason why I brought these 2 incidents up. Remember, it's policy that will determine the pace of transitions, and we have to be listening in carefully what this means for the students who are graduating out and what this means in terms of the opportunities that it can provide. AI will definitely be required to sift through, when we talk about the free trade agreement, it will be required to sift through the regulatory framework for Indian exporters and food and agri producers, both in the EU and in New Zealand. There exists a high rate of rejection of 30% of our agri-exports due to pesticide residues and chemical violations. Missing digital proof of carbon data, lack of understanding of technical terms like embedded emissions can cause these rejections. Landowners may find it difficult to prove their legal right to cultivate using the fragmented and local names of land records available. A single alert can trigger a complete scrutiny of all the future shipments. Spices such as coffee, pepper, cardamom, tea are some of the highly sought after will surge. Here it is very important to think about the MSMEs and that sector and how it is going to affect them. Look at the interconnectedness in all that is taking place in the external world, and what can we do with this information? How can we as academicians learn all about this? We are good in our research, we are good at our networks, we have the ability to connect the dots, but having been in the space for decades, the ability to know this is important, that the technologies are changing so rapidly that what students learn in their first year and second year may already be outdated when they graduate. Recently, CBSE and NCERT, they came up with AI and computational thinking. They introduced it as a subject for grade 3, from class 3 to 8. We need to closely examine the needs and motivations of our learners. And we need to align it to match the expectations of the outer world. Being too far-fetched and too interdisciplinary can also put our graduates at crossroads in the job market. One way to address that is by bridging the academia and practitioner gap. The second way to address it is to understand the learner's exposure to a multi-narrative feed as consumers of social media. I'm sure most of the academicians sitting here are aware of this fact that the learner or the 18-year-old in our classroom today is much different from the last 2 or 3 years. They are exposed to such a multi-narrative feed that it is very difficult to get their attention, it is very difficult to hold their attention, and it is very difficult to make them apply something in the classroom. So their motivations, why they are in the classroom, when they can be doing online learning, when they can be dabbling in variety of different programs from across the world, needs to be understood carefully. And the need to be bold and to experiment with the courses is much required. To give you a personal example, after I wrote my book, I thought, why not take it into the classroom and use it as course material? So I designed courses not only for the postgraduate level, but also for executive education for senior leaders, and for the newly launched undergrad program at IIM Bangalore, which is a completely online program. It's called the BBA DBE, Digital Business Entrepreneurship. I offer there a course called Sustainability Measures for SMEs. And these are undergraduate students who are also enrolled at other universities or other colleges. I gave them a project to go and visit a local SME and find out how they can reduce their carbon footprint, how can they save energy. And these are 1,500 learners sitting across the country. So we formed clusters and told them go and visit the local SMEs. And some of them wrote on LinkedIn that ChatGPT is not giving us any ideas about what to do about this project. And then they said, in this project, we realized that we need to brainstorm together, we need to sit and think together, because I also told them when you go to the SME, make a small video, record it, and interview the entrepreneur, find out what are the challenges. So you can make your courses interesting like this, right? I remember the first lecture in mathematics in my college at my PU level in Mysore, the professor said, do you know that 80% of the alumni from this college are now working in NASA or in the Silicon Valley in the US? This was 25 to 30 years ago. I think today higher education institutions need not give such examples, and they can definitely motivate their graduates and learners to tell them that this is the right time to be in India and become a job creator in India. I think the time is now or never. We have the world's youngest population at our doorstep. We need to give them hope. We need to give them the ability to envisage a future that can power them and give them the confidence to tackle the uncertainties that the world will throw their way. To sum up, I want to quote from the logo of my institute, Tejasvi Navaditamastu, let our study be enlightening. I wish you all a wonderful conference. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, madam, for your enlightening and thought-provoking address. Verily, it's a true, wonderful speech. So I request all the delegates to give a standing ovation to Deepti Ganapathy madam. Thank you. We have brought out a book containing abstracts of the papers and posters which are going to be presented during the conference. For this, may I now kindly request Dr. Rajani madam, Managing Trustee, Manasa Trust, to kindly release the book of abstracts. Thank you, madam. It's my privilege to request our Managing Trustee, Manasa Trust, Dr. Rajani madam, to share her thoughts with us.
A very good morning to you all today. On a hot, warm day, it gives me the privilege to address Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Sharath Ananthamurthy, Dr. Deepti, who just delivered one of the most fantastic talks of the day, which has taken a national conference to the international level, I think. Our keynote speaker, the esteemed principals of all the colleges who have taken time off their work and been here today with us. Special mention for Madam Uma, who has come from the Nanjapal College. Dr. Shrikant Hegde, who took time from his work to come here. Professor Riaz, our former dean, who has been great support. All the faculty of our college, students and delegates of this national conference. I feel honored to be invited as a chief guest to the inauguration of this two-day conference organized by our very own Kateel Ashok Memorial College, a unit of Manasa Trust. In many ways, it is a milestone, being the third major conference in its existence of about 5 years. For me, it is a momentous occasion for both the Manasa Trust and the Pai family to be associated with Professor Sharath Ananthamurthy, as Sir's grandfather was a very close friend and associate of my father-in-law, Kateel, who served for many years as an advocate at the Shivamogga court for 50 long years. My late husband, Dr. Ashok,
Kuvempu University, Professor Sharath Ananthamurthy sir, our chief guest, Dr. Deepti Ganapathy from IIM Bangalore, our director of Manasa Trust, Dr. Rajani madam, academic director, Dr. Presided, Dr. Rajendra Chenni sir, Professor Rajendra sir, principal of Kateel Ashok Memorial Institute of Nursing, Dr. Mallikarjuna sir, convener of the conference, Dr. Archana, co-conveners, Dr. K.T. Shweta, Manjunath Swami, Mangesh Bhai, Reshma madam, members of organizing committee, delegates and participants of the conference, resource persons, scholars and from different universities and colleges, academicians, professionals from different fields, departments, NGOs, members of staff and students of Kateel Ashok Memorial College, Kateel Ashok Memorial Institute of Nursing, Kateel Ashok Memorial Institute of Allied Health Sciences, Manasa Trust and media friends. I feel honored to stand before you to speak a few words. According to recent information, India's higher education system has grown with over 1,300 universities and 53,000 plus colleges. The total enrollment has crossed 4 crore with the significant increase in female enrollment to higher education. We are very proud that NAC A accredited Kuvempu University also has found increased number of female students aspiring higher education. When India's and world's higher education is gaining its height, a lot of discussion is going on worldwide regarding its changing modes and methodologies, usage of technologies, retaining and sustaining basic values, meeting contemporary needs, and managing or dealing post challenges. At present, the two important needs are: one, application of artificial intelligence in different disciplines and enrich them. Another is to strengthen interdisciplinarity and making them to converge. Kateel Ashok Memorial College, which was established in 2017, has already organized 2 conferences, one national level in 2019 and one international level in 2022. Now this is the 3rd national level conference organized by Kateel Ashok Memorial Institutions, Manasa Centre for Cultural Studies, in collaboration with the Kuvempu University. We are proud that we are affiliated to Kuvempu University, which always is dedicated to inculcate Kuvempu's 5 mantras of Vishwamanavtavada. I am grateful to the present leader and visionary, a scientist, Professor Sharath Ananthamurthy, who always encourages and supports our academic endeavor. I thank him as well as the Registrar of Kuvempu University, Dean of Science, Academic Council members, syndicate members for sanctioning research center status to our post-graduation department of psychology, which will start its PhD program soon. I convey my regards to Dr. Deepti, respected guest. As she has mentioned in her speech, this is a turning point where each of us should strengthen life skills of problem solving and creative thinking among our students to make them skilled in effective use of artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence without such skill will spoil the generation. I should thank our director, Dr. Rajani, Dr. Preeti Shanbag, Dr. Vaman Shanbag, who in spite of their busy time in healing and treating people, provide their lot of time to support and guide us in planning and execution of the activities at KAPMC. Manasa Trust has 5 major organizations to run: Manasa Nursing Home, Manasa Dhara, which is a psychosocial rehabilitation center, Mukunda, which is geriatric care psychosocial center, Manaspurti, a child guidance center, and 2 important organizations, Manasa Education Foundation to train counseling skills among people, Kateel Ashok Memorial Institutions, which have regular educational programs. Kateel Ashok Memorial College now has 5 undergraduate programs. We have BA, BSc, BCA, BCom and BSW. We also have our MSc Psychology program, and we also offer clinical psychology programs through our Kateel Ashok Pai Memorial Institute of Allied Health Sciences, nursing graduate programs through our Kateel Ashok Pai Memorial Institute of Nursing. We also have now, we are also now sanctioned with the PhD programs for psychology at our Kateel Ashok Pai Memorial College. I should take this opportunity to congratulate our Manaspurti team. Kateel Ashok Pai Memorial College and Manaspurti are two important brain children of Dr. Preeti Shantha. In 2016-17, having great interest in child mental health, she has started Manaspurti Child Guidance Center and Kateel Ashok Pai Memorial College in the memory of Dr. K. Ashok Pai. Manaspurti is organizing its summer camp from today for another 20 days. The speciality, the uniqueness of this summer camp is that it offers summer camp to the government school children, exclusively for government school children, without taking any fee for that. They are providing a complete day's summer camp for 20 long days. And this program has been started since its inception in 2016-17. So I am congratulating the whole team of Manaspurti for organizing that wonderful summer camp. I thank Chenni sir because our conference theme is his brainchild. It is starting from theme planning and developing formulation, he has guided us. Thank you, sir. And also, I also thank Baliga sir, who guides the execution of the activities. My congratulations to the convener, Dr. Archana, co-conveners, members of organizing committee, all members of Kateel Ashok Pai Memorial Institute family to organize this beautiful conference. My gratitude and best wishes to all the presenters who are contributing to pool research-based knowledge, share ideas and recommendations during this conference on artificial intelligence, interdisciplinarity and future of higher education. Let us all spend valuable time for making future of higher education most fruitful and contributing one to build more human, equal and sustainable world for future. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam, for your inspiring words and a valuable guidance. We now move to the felicitation ceremony. It's my immense pleasure to request our beloved principal to kindly felicitate our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Sharath sir. Sir, your leadership and vision have been the driving force behind our efforts to bring the technology and innovation to the forefront of higher education. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Now I request convener, IKC coordinator Dr. Rajani Madam to kindly felicitate our keynote speaker, Professor Deepti Ganapathy Madam. Thank you, Madam, for receiving a small token of love, gratitude and respect. Thank you very much. As we approach the conclusion of this formal gathering, may I now invite Mr. Manjunath Swami, HOD, Department of BSW, to propose the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon to everyone present here. As we conclude the inaugural session, I, Mr. Manjunath Swami, faculty from the Department of BSW, deem it a great honor and privilege to propose a vote of thanks on this occasion. First of all, I express my sincere gratitude to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Sharath Ananthamurthy, for inaugurating this conference and for this inspiring presence. We are enlightened by your inaugural speech and your vision for the future of AI in higher education. Thank you for your leadership and for gracing this occasion, sir. Thank you so much. I also extend my thanks to our keynote speaker, Professor Deepti Ganapathy, for your valuable and thought-provoking address. It has given us a new ideas and perspectives. Thank you so much, madam. I would like to thank our respected guest of honor, Dr. Rajani, Professor Ramachandra Baliga, Professor Rajendra Chenni, Dr. P.T.V. Shanbhag, Professor Mallikarjun, and Dr. Archana Bhatke for gracing this occasion and supporting with us. Thank you so much. My sincere thanks to our respected principal, Dr. Sandhya Kaveri for presiding over this function and for her constant guidance and encouragement. Thank you so much, madam. I also extend my gratitude to all the organizers, faculty members, and students who worked hard behind the scenes to make this program a success. Thank you so much. A special note of thanks to our dedicated media team for capturing and sharing the moments of the event beautifully. Thank you so much. I would like to appreciate all our volunteers for their tireless efforts, enthusiasm, and commitment in making this event very well organized. And finally, I thank all the participants and the audience for your active involvement for making this event lively and meaningful. With this, I conclude the vote of thanks and thank you one and all.
With this note, we come to the close of today's formal program. I extend my sincere gratitude to all our dignitaries, guests, and the participants for the gracious presence. Thank you all, and I wish you a pleasant and productive day ahead. We now move to the most eagerly awaited part of our day, the panel discussion. May I now invite Ms. Alia Sajid, Faculty, Department of Psychology, to take the lead.
morning, everyone. I am Keertanavi, Faculty, Department of Psychology. We are about to begin the panel discussion. It gives me immense pleasure to be welcoming you all to this enriching panel discussion on negotiations with artificial intelligence, multidisciplinary perspectives. It is my honor to welcome our panelists for this session on the desk. Dr. Preeti V. Shanbhag, Trustee, Manasa Trust, and Academic Director, Kateel Ashok Memorial Institutions. A warm welcome to you, Madam. I would like to welcome on the dais Dr. Shrikant Hegde, Consultant Physician, Shivamogga. A warm welcome to you, sir. I would now like to welcome on the dais Dr. Ashok D'Souza, Professor and Chairman of the Department of Social Work at Rani Chennamma University, Belgavi. A warm welcome to you, sir. I would like to welcome on the dais our distinguished moderator of this panel discussion, Professor Rajendra Chenni, Director, Manasa Centre for Cultural Studies. A warm welcome to you, sir. I take this moment to welcome all the other respected dignitaries, delegates, faculty, participants and students to this panel discussion. I hope this discussion will be fruitful to all of us. Now, I would like to hand over the session to my colleague, Ms. Aya. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Keertana. Technology is best when it brings people together. With this thought, I extend a very warm and cordial welcome to everyone gathered here today for this intellectually enriching panel discussion on the theme, Negotiations with Artificial Intelligence, Multidisciplinary Perspectives. I am Alia Sajid, faculty from the Department of Psychology. It is my privilege to be the host for this afternoon on the occasion of the two-day National Conference on Artificial Intelligence, Interdisciplinarity, and the Future of Higher Education. Distinguished dignitaries on the dais, respected delegates, members of the organizing committee, co-conveners, members of the KAPMC family, Manasa Trust, esteemed participants, and our wonderful audience. Good afternoon to one and all present here. It is indeed a privilege and a moment of great honor to stand before you as we come together to deliberate upon a theme that is not only contemporary but also profoundly deliberate and transformative in shaping the future of knowledge, research and human interaction. Artificial intelligence today is no longer confined to the realm of technology alone. It has transcended boundaries and is actively engaging with disciplines ranging from psychology and humanities to science, commerce and healthcare. The idea of negotiation with AI invites us to reflect not merely on adaptation but on dialogue, ethics, collaboration and coexistence. As we navigate this evolving interface, discussions like these become essential in fostering a holistic and responsible understanding of AI's role across diverse domains. We are truly fortunate to have with us an eminent moderator for this session, whose expertise and insights will guide today's discussion with depth and clarity. To formally introduce our moderator, I now invite Mr. Alex to kindly come forward and take us through the introduction.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's my privilege to introduce our distinguished speaker, Professor Rajendra Chenni. Professor Chenni is a renowned literary critic, bilingual writer, and a former professor, Department of English, Kuvempu University. He is currently serving as a director of Manasa Centre for Cultural Studies, Shivamogga. With over 25 books in Kannada and English, his works mainly significantly contributed to cultural studies, literary theory, and contemporary thoughts. His works include The State Matters, Tradition and Modernity, reflects the insight to the Kannada history, literature, and identity. His He has also written extensively on the major figures and themes of nationalism, modernity, and culture. Professor Chenni receives several prestigious awards, include Karnataka Rajyotsava Prasasti and multiple lifetime achievement recognitions. Beyond academics, he also a well-known scholar activist, for committed to social justice, environmental concern, and communal harmony. We are truly honored to have him with us today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alex, for that insightful introduction. It is now my privilege to introduce our esteemed panelists who bring with us a wealth of knowledge, experience, and diverse perspectives to this discussion. First, we have with us Dr. Preeti V. Hon'ble, who is a distinguished psychiatrist with over 17 years of experience, administrator at Manasa Nursing Home Shivamogga, trustee of Manasa Trust, and academic director of Kateel Ashok Memorial Institutions. She holds an MD in psychiatry along with advanced qualifications in counseling, psychotherapy, and hospital management. She is actively involved in mental health advocacy, psychosocial rehabilitation, and educational activities and initiatives across the state. Her work spans clinical practice, academic leadership, and community mental health outreach. We welcome you, ma'am. Next, we have with us on the dais Dr. Shrikant Hegde, who is a highly experienced consultant physician with over 3 decades of clinical practice in Shivamogga. He holds an MD and DMD in general medicine and is currently the editor-in-chief of the APIK Journal of Internal Medicine. He has contributed significantly to medical education and research with multiple publications and editorial roles in reputed journals. His expertise in internal medicine and long-standing service to patient care make him a respected voice in the medical field. We welcome you, sir. Next, we have Dr. Ashok Anthony D'Souza, who is a distinguished academician and researcher currently serving as professor and chairman of the Department of Social Work at Rani Channamma University, Belagavi. With over 22 years of teaching and research experience, he brings a rich, multidisciplinary perspective shaped by his academic background in social work, philosophy, commerce, and management. Dr. D'Souza plays a vital role in institutional development, serving in key administrative and policy-making positions within a university system. We welcome you, sir. We are truly grateful to all our panelists for being part of this discussion. With such an esteemed panel and a thought-provoking theme, I am certain that today's session will be both engaging and enlightening. I now invite our respected moderator, Professor Rajendra, Chenni, to kindly take over the proceedings and lead us through this panel discussion. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Let me also welcome the resource persons to this panel discussion. I'm sure you'll all agree with me that the keynote address and then the inaugural address for the Vice Chancellor is especially significant because we have been celebrating the AI with a great deal of rhetoric and also what the experts, scientists, and those who have been innovating in the AI we find rather excessive. So I'm very glad that there are 2 speakers in the inaugural session who are pointing out some of the paradoxes that we are confronting now. On the one hand, globally, this technology of the AI seems to have impacted every domain of life. And as speakers have been, writers have been pointing out, the developments in AI are extraordinarily rapid and fast moving. And so much is happening that it may be very difficult for any single individual to get a proper overview of all that is happening under the label of AI. What's most important for our discussion today is the development of AI and the way we are adopting them, and the way we are debating about AI, and also carrying out globally accepted research, multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary research in AI, it also means that we need to ask some foundational questions about practices which are based on AI. And that's the reason why we have organized this panel discussion, so that we get different perspectives on AI, because from the very beginning, in fact, philosophically speaking, the philosophy which is there now behind AI goes back many centuries, because philosophers have started asking questions about the nature of intelligence and what constitutes intelligence, how does cognition take place. All these questions were raised in the domain of philosophy centuries ago, and later, after Enlightenment of the late 17th century in Europe, science began to develop and technology began to develop in a very significant way. And what we see today as AI, I think, is an integration of seeking the foundations of knowledge with technology and with, more importantly, societal impact. One has to make use of AI as a tool to understand the real world, and how knowledge can reconstitute this world, address the anomalies, address the hierarchies. Now all these questions have to be answered differently and distinctively by disciplines. Though AI itself is multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary, each discipline has to come out with its own analysis, its own probable solutions for some of the problems that AI may have created. We shall be discussing these, and that's the reason why we have invited panelists for this discussion to come from different fields. It's now common knowledge that medical practice was among one of the fields to be greatly impacted by the developments in AI. From taxonomy of diseases, from the therapeutic procedures that you develop, the counseling methods that you adopt, the dialogue and the interaction with the needy, with the patients that you now have to formulate in a very new way, because you are confronting a very powerful technology which has already interpolated and it has percolated down into our everyday life. There are these huge opportunities for the medical science. For the first time, I'm sure the practitioners of medicine, practitioners of the medical sciences find that it is possible to make a review of all the knowledge that has been gathered in the medical sciences so far. And it's also possible to use AI to find the interconnections and the patterns, and much to the benefit of society. We now find that AI, in collaboration with medical science, is on the way to find solutions to some of the health issues which were earlier supposed to be unresolvable. So it is in this context that we now have an expert in the field of medical practice, Dr. Sharath. He is one of the rare medical practitioners combining an interest in research with a very, very busy practice. So let's listen to him now. We will be using a PPT and he will speak for about 10 minutes. And I have requested the panelists to first make a presentation so that we have something on which we can build our debates and our discussion. Sir, over to you.
At the outset, I thank the organizers of today's national seminar, Dr. Preeti Pai and Dr. Sandhya, Kaveri, Dr. Prof. Rajendra, Chenni, and all the faculty members of this institution for inviting me for this panel discussion as a resource person. It gives me great pleasure to interact with the specialists and academicians from different domains and to share what I know little about my area, that is medicine. What AI can do today requires no introduction. If you are keen enough to see the earlier slide, because just before the screenshot, just before this, the picture of all the panelists, the picture was an AI generated picture. Probably a passport size photograph of mine was given and they have converted it into a full frame person. So that is how AI, these are just an example to show that the possibilities and the opportunities of doing things with AI are limitless. Only limitation is your creativity. So it is limited only by your creativity and your thoughts. So with this, I'll go on to my presentation. I'll begin with an experience which I had a few days ago. I had a patient from Bangalore who had come, a native of Shivamogga, who came to me. She had fever and she has rashes on her face and body. Young girl around 20-25 years. She was having fever and she was very anxious and she asked me, what do I have? For a clinician, it's very obvious. The diagnosis is very obvious. You look at it, you tell it's chickenpox. She was a little surprised and she said, are you sure? I felt a little awkward and offended to convince her that I am sure, but I said okay and I convinced her, I treated her. Next week she came to me, she was settled. Then I asked her, why did you get a doubt that I had a doubt about your diagnosis? No sir, I was also sure, but I wanted you to confirm. What she did was, when she had the rash on the face, she took a photograph of her, uploaded maybe to the Google reverse image search or uploaded to an AI tool like Gemini, and the AI tool gave her a diagnosis of chickenpox. And like a Google also gave all the treatment complications. While looking at the complications, she was a little worried. Then she decided to consult a doctor, came to me, and that's how it happened. This is an example to show how in the present day practice, people use AI for even day-to-day activities. I started practice at an age when the investigations were basic, like testing urine sugar for diagnosing diabetes. And today, if we want to monitor somebody's blood sugar, we have a sensor called CGMS, monitor blood sugar every 5 minutes. So that is how the technology has evolved over the last 30 years. And what AI provides is enormous challenges. I will not go into the details of what AI can do in medicine, how we can use, because it may not be relevant to all of the audience. I will highlight few things why AI is important and what AI is doing in medical profession and what are the challenges which lies ahead as a profession and for a society. AI presents enormous opportunities because medicine basically involves lot of data. And as I said, I gave an example of chickenpox. How do we make a diagnosis of chickenpox or any skin disease? It is pattern recognition. If you speak in terms of computer language, it is pattern recognition. We recognize a pattern. When you look at an X-ray or MRI, we recognize a pattern. We say this is pneumonia, this is cancer. So it is basically a pattern recognition. When a person asks if his relative is in ICU, he asks us, what are the chances of survival? What we do is a predictive analysis. How do we predict? As of now, is we use our experience, we see the data from patients' laboratory reports, his blood pressure, his other diseases, his history, his present clinical condition, our experience of similar patients in the past, what the literature says about this condition, what is the projected mortality of this disease like that. So we make a projection. Okay, their chances of recovery are very high, our chances of recovery are very poor. The same thing can be done now. AI has adopted the same thing in predicting the outcome. It uses several important data which humans cannot easily analyze. So that is where AI comes into picture and makes the job of doctors easy. AI has been used mainly in the diagnosis in medicine to review chest x-rays, to review CT scans, to review ultrasounds, to make a diagnosis of from the biopsy, tissue biopsies like diagnosis of cancers, diagnosis of heart diseases, and even in the treatment, and also in predicting the outcome of diseases, and also in drug development.
if you want to develop a new drug for a disease, a new disease, it is possible with the help of AI to look at the chemical structure of thousands and millions of molecules and to see which antagonizes which hormones, because there is a database of all the enzymes in the body, there is a database of human genome, and there is a database of chemicals. So using this AI, it's not humanly possible to match. So AI comes into the benefit of medical science in detecting. But this also provides a lot of challenges and ethical concerns. It's a paradox of progress. As the earlier speakers have already highlighted, it's a paradox of progress. We have enormous opportunities. We can review millions of pages of web pages of knowledge. If I want to know about a disease, it's possible to get the treatment information, the latest information, surfing through millions of pages of data, millions of pages of academic journals, textbooks, and at the same time, it can analyze millions of records in a fraction of milliseconds. But at the same time, if you walk into a hospital today, maybe a district hospital, a government hospital, a private hospital, basically what you see is a patient waiting for hours, patient waiting for days to get an appointment. So this is where, how do we balance this and to make the use of AI in solving this problem is a question which as a profession and as technology we are facing with. How do we integrate these two? Yeah, the benefit which is AI can make things accessible in areas which are otherwise inaccessible. As I said, that AI can detect diseases by, for example, eye conditions, skin conditions. So, in areas where medical care is not accessible, imagine a village in this example which I gave, the girl with chicken pox, she was from Bangalore and Shivamogga, it's okay. But if you imagine a similar situation in a village in Chhattisgarh or Jharkhand, where a person has a skin disease or a skin problem, the earliest nearest clinic would be around 150 kilometers, the nearest specialist would be around 100 kilometers. So these are the areas where if we can make an early diagnosis with the help of AI, it's possible to save lives, it's possible to prevent the complication. So this is the biggest benefit of AI in a country like ours, like in areas where remote care is not possible. For example, antenatal care, when they're pregnant, they do ultrasound examination. All areas may not have specialist radiologists. So in those areas, trained nurses can do ultrasound, doing scans, and the scan can be interpreted by AI. This is already being done in African countries with the help of Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. The same thing can be done in rural areas. This is where the benefits of AI. And also in reporting CT scans and MRIs, which are not easily available. The specialists may not be available at far off places. Another important area where AI helps in doctors is in seeing things which doctors cannot see. If I look at a patient, probably I may have to do an examination as taught by us by our teachers or as a method which is described clinical examination. But if I see an eye or the retinal examination, I can only see that whether that person has retinal disease or not. But today, with the help of fundoscopy and AI, if you look at the fundus, you can say whether the person can develop heart attack in next 10 years. What are the chances of this person getting heart attack in next 10 years or a stroke or in next 10 years? Or even in some conditions like a normal tissue biopsy, which a pathologist sees, may report it as normal. But there are situations where AI can predict the cancerous cells in such tissues even a year or 6 months earlier to the clinical diagnosis. So these are areas where a human being cannot make a diagnosis at that point of time. AI comes to the benefit of doctors. If you look at, we have this Apple Watch. Apple Watch detects heart rate. Everybody knows in all smartwatches detect heart rate. But there are programs to detect a heart condition called atrial fibrillation and to detect to predict the onset of atrial fibrillation even before the person develops atrial fibrillation. There may be some areas where sometimes when the heart rate will be irregular. If you are using the watch, at times it gives you an alert that your stats, vitals are out of date for your regular activity. Please check. If you have any symptoms, contact doctor. So this is where the AI helps in clinical diagnosis and predicting the disease much earlier than others. So there are, as I said, there are enough opportunities. There are because of the work, it can reduce the doctor's workload. In my clinic, probably you may have to write down the notes or you may have to write down on the computer. But if I have an AI scribe who just records the conversation between the patient and doctor and prepares the notes, gives the prescription, these are not fancy tales, which is actually available even in India. It costs little bit more, and ordinary clinics cannot afford it, but many in the hospitals already use that. So they just listen to the patient and doctor conversation, and what the doctor says, okay, metformin 500 milligrams, try 3 times a day for 1 month. So it transcribes those data into prescription and generates the prescription. And it can also be used in patient education. Once we advise the patient the treatment, the next thing will be what should I eat, what should I not do, what should I should not do. So these things, patient education can be handed over to AI tools. And also in medical education, simulation of clinical scenarios. Not all hospitals can treat the students in all diseases. So that can be delivered by AI tools. As I said, as the previous speakers also said, it creates a digital divide. An area where digital technology is available, an area where these technologies are available, and an area where they are not available. So this is the most important concern, because all these are proprietary algorithms. They could create a two-tier healthcare system, one who has this technology and one who do not have the technology. And the technology, as I said, is costly. Initial investment would be costly. So that would prevent probably from the initial use of this technology. And what are the challenges? The lack of digitalization. If you look at the doctor's prescription, most of them are handwritten, probably illegible thing. So we talk about algorithm of 21st century which can detect so many things. But an algorithm should work on a computer and a computer program, not on paper slips which are written from 2 different hospitals, all put in a plastic bag, So we cannot the algorithm cannot sit through that data. Only, as I said, only 2 to 5% of our medical practice is digitalized. Fortunately, most of the government hospitals are digitalized. Many of the government hospitals are digitalized, but actual patient care is not digitalized, but the hospitals have a system, e-hospital. So many things are even in government hospitals. Most of the big corporate hospitals are digitalized, but 80% of the healthcare in India is from small and medium clinics and small and medium hospitals which are yet to be digitalized. So this is the biggest challenge in interoperability. What I wanted to buy, I told you about the Google Scribe which is available. I wanted to buy, but the thing is I had to shift from my existing EMR to that. So that would be a huge thing. So I'm little taken over. So these are interoperability questions. What one has, the other one may not have. And there is lack of stringent data policy. Everybody says your data is well protected, but our data is in the cloud. And the company has a background access to our data. How they use, we do not know. So this is an area of concern. We still do not have a stringent data protection acts in our countries. And the academic integrity is a big challenge. Everyone speaks about use of AI in academics. But I see so many times entire case reports being written by AI. Being known to this technology, the minute I see that, I can recognize that this is written by ChatGPT. And as a reviewer, when I see many articles which comes for review, now I made it a practice to see more than the article, the references. If you look at the references, it looks perfectly normal. Journal name, page name, everything is there. But if you Google it, go to the journal website, that article is not there. So this hallucinated data, hallucinated knowledge, and the entire discussion would have been based on that references. So the entire article creates a false science. So AI is for enriching your knowledge, but we are using AI to forge knowledge. It is nothing but short of forgery. So this is the biggest concern in today's practice. So medical legal vacuum. If AI creates a problem, who is responsible? Is the doctor responsible? Is the person who wrote the code responsible? Or the company responsible? These are some of the challenges which face in the present day practice. So to keep medicine human, an algorithm can do so many things. It can predict that the patient is very bad, but the matter to be conveyed to the patient relatively lies in the doctor's hand. To make a decision, to tell the patient, to talk to the patient, still requires human touch. So what AI can do is it can take off a lot of the clerical work like writing process, the insurance, all those processes, and hand over the time to doctor so that they can better utilize those things for patient care. So with this, I conclude my talk and we can interact with it.
Thank you, Dr. Hede, for a very lucid presentation, and also while talking about the advantages of AI in medical practice, you also alerted us to some of the very critical issues relating to the use of AI in medical practice. The flow of this conversation among the four of us is the others will also make their presentation, and at the end of the presentations, we can have a discussion. The audience can also participate in the discussion, ask the questions. Just to introduce or request Dr. Deepti to speak now. Recently, while preparing for this conference, I came across a book with an extraordinary title, Mental Health of the Artificial Intelligence. It was not mental health and artificial intelligence, it was mental health of artificial intelligence. This was very frightening. And when I looked up other things relating to the particular field, I also discovered that some people are dreaming of a time when there won't be human psychiatrists, but we'll have chatbots with whom you can converse and also get whatever prescription that you want. I hope such a time does not happen, at least within our lifetime. The father of artificial intelligence, Alan Turing, was also very critical of the possibilities and the horizons of artificial intelligence. Among some of the very witty things he said was, one, the most intelligent machine cannot, develop human intelligence. There are the limits according to Turing tests and theorems that he built up. He also added and said that, look, the artificial intelligence or the intelligent machine can do everything, but it can't fall in love. I'm quoting from him. He said, it can't fall in love. But we already have films which show humans falling in love with the chatbots and creating browsers. So these are the very great challenges before psychiatry. And psychiatry started as a talking cure. And we thought that the humans would be talking to the needy patients. Now chatbots are talking to the needy people, taking over from the psychiatry. So in this kind of a context, let's listen to Dr. Felicitation, one of the most eminent psychiatrists we have.
Respected dignitaries on and off the dais, delegates, faculty, and everybody who's gathered here. A very good morning, namaskara to all of you. I would like to start first with thanking the organizers for giving me this opportunity to share what little I know about AI. And by little, about a few days ago, till about a few days ago, it was very little. And I would like to make a humble submission to the chair that I am no expert in AI. But as Sir has already given an introduction to what might happen in somebody's dreams, those dreams I think have already turned into a reality. I belong to a generation of physicians who took up medicine, one, A, for the love of treating people and interacting with patients, but also because we had an innate aversion to all subjects, mathematics and computer science. So we always thought that we will be interacting with people, helping them out with their illnesses, while staying away from these technical subjects, and that had worked well for us for the past 30 years. Especially in the field of psychiatry, where, as Sir mentioned, it was a talking cure, and we had a huge group of drugs which would help us treat the patients. And working in a two-tier city, I thought that my interaction would be with AI would be minimal at best. But I think in the past few days, even in two-tier cities like Shivamogga, as Dr. Srikanth has already mentioned, we are getting a lot of people who are from a generation of about 20 years after us,
who have been born and brought up with smartphones, digital gadgets, and the artificial intelligence, who have a better understanding of AI and technology than the people who are treating them. And yes, now I think learning about artificial intelligence has been very important to grow my intelligence also. So as Sir said, I think I would start from the last slide of my presentation, which I thought I could use last, but with Sir's introduction, I think that is one of the first slides that I would start with. Now this is a patient who had come to me about 2 weeks ago. He happens to be studying his BCA in a city like Ashok. And he came to me. He has been our patient, as you all know, in mental health and psychiatry. Our disorders require long-term help. It's not only about like how probably with Dr. Shrikant and sir, they would come for a few days and then we would have new patients. But in the field of psychiatry, we grow with our patients and they grow with us. So I had a patient who was with us since when he was about 10 years of age, and now he's about 22, 23. Came to me with a detailed list of what his symptoms were, and not even that is important, but request for intervention, which was generated by ChatGPT, which told me, which put all the history together, what he had suffered for the past 12 or 13 years, and ChatGPT had given me a list of interventions that I could use for him. With ChatGPT, at this point of time, I think it is very respectfully telling me that I need to evaluate the need for a fresh sleep-deprived EEG to check for recurrence of focal discharges, which he had when he was 10 years old, restart appropriate mood stabilizers and anti-craving medication to curb his hypersexuality and impulsivity. And this person who has been telling his family members that he's been studying for his KS for the past 4 years and actually has not been doing so, ChatGPT gave me a recommendation for family psychoeducation to gently break the truth regarding his KPSC lines to his parents in a clinical setting, as they are completely in the dark and they might react with extreme shock or anger, and that I needed to handle that too. So this is the case where we are at in medicine. So you can read the last sentence which ChatGPT has suggested to me, that it urges me to factor his extreme capacity for deception, malingering, manipulation, during even the current evaluation and psychometric testing, and he requires a brutal reality confrontation alongside any pharmacological management. In effect, it is actually teaching me what to do with my science. And this is exactly what, like as Sir said, is giving us a lot of scope to get upset, to get defensive regarding what we are doing, and somewhere along the way, as we have helped treat and rehabilitate a lot of patients, maybe even though we shouldn't, we had somewhat a God complex, which I think AI is bringing us. It's bringing us down to understanding that we are mere humans and there is a technology which knows, understands and comprehends much more than we can at our level. So with this, I think I can go back to the beginning of my presentation, that is AI in psychiatry. And I think I'll be speaking about psychiatry, neurology and psychology, because they are very interrelated disciplines and one cannot exist without the other. So as already the earlier speakers have mentioned, AI resides in the intersection between computer science and human-like problem-solving capabilities, which is where mental health professionals come in. And apart from the various uses and the interventions that AI can provide, I think mental health, neurology and psychology provides a very special dimension to the field of AI, and I think those are the very important topics that are being discussed as well as researched in currently. Because AI rests also, or it works also with the same organ that we work with, the brain. And AI came from the human intelligence itself. So in the field of mental health, I think I would like to talk about two important perspectives. One, how AI has been helping out or causing problems to our profession. And secondly, on a more general note, how growing up with AI and using AI in our daily life is causing, though, a lot of benefits, but also a lot of drawbacks to the existing population, who I would like to say are currently mentally healthy, but have the risk of having some kind of psychological or psychiatric distress with the over-reliance on AI. Statistics in the field of mental health. Why I would think this is important and AI in mental health is important is because out of the 8.5 billion people that reside on the planet, about 1 billion of the people are in need of acute mental health care. And more than 80% of these individuals reside in middle and low income countries. This is very important because in high-income countries, the budget allocated to the field of mental health, neurology and psychology is very high. But in lower-income countries, where our budget allocations, first of all, low for health, in which mental health is a very small population, and the awareness regarding mental health is just now growing. There, the allocation of budget is very, very low, and this is a big problem because the numbers of people who are having mental illnesses or distress is growing exponentially, especially post the COVID pandemic. And India, according to studies, is one of the biggest treatment gaps. By treatment gap, I would mean that the number of people who need mental health care to the number of professionals who can provide it professionally. So we have lack of professionals, that is, according to the World Health Organization, we need about 3 psychiatrists per 1 lakh population. But right now we are at 1.75 people per 1 lakh population, which is a very low number of doctors. We also need in psychiatry and mental health a group of team or a team to handle patients. That would be a psychologist, a mental health social worker, a psychiatric nurse, all of these people. And the numbers of those are even more lower, dismally low, I would say. Also, we have a lot of fragmented delivery systems. We have the private sector, we have the government sector, but both of them don't coordinate with each other. Most of these setups are not in rural places, they are in metropolitan cities. But the burden of mental illness is very high in the rural setup. So for people to seek mental health care, there are a lot of barriers. High poverty and increased stigma. I think we are at a unique place where there are 2 groups of people right now. One group of people who have a huge stigma to take help or take some mental health access, because they believe that even now mental illnesses are somewhat diseases which they cannot pinpoint or have a physical manifestation to. So therefore awareness about mental health is also very poor. So that is one group of population. As compared to the Gen Z who are hyper aware, who know most of the things, who want to seek mental health care, but the number of professionals to hand it out to them and to understand the kind of challenges that they are going through and help them out with it, those kind of professionals are very low in number. So there is a huge chasm between them. Lack of finances to conduct huge studies which are culture specific and place specific, which would give us a lot of insight into what specific cultures are going through, what specific populations are going through, which can help us make primary care interventions which are suited to that specific climate. Those also do not exist. So these are few of the barriers which we face in our field. And therefore I see AI in psychiatry, neurology and psychology coming in these 4 areas to be very useful. One is as a diagnostic tool. As sir already mentioned, when you put in your symptoms, it was earlier the norm that when people came to us, they would tell us all their symptoms, then we would formulate what kind of diagnosis we could make and then we would inform them. But now we've come to a time where they come to us because they cannot write out prescriptions. So they've already fed their symptoms into the computer, got a diagnosis, a provisional diagnosis, their diagnosis, they've already weighed the pros and cons of each, and they come to us for just somebody to assert and say that yes, what you have done is right, and to give us a prescription to make it better. So this is the place where we are at. And yes, diagnosis in mental health as well as psychology would need a lot of data collection. The more we understand the person, the more deeply we know what his psyche is and his personality is how we can diagnose any kind of disorder. So therefore, AI can be a very helpful diagnostic tool in taking a lot of information. Like as a practitioner practicing in an OPD, if I would like to take a very detailed history, it would take me about an hour or 2 with the patient, after which I will have to conduct a few tests and then diagnose and then treat. But with AI, I can delegate the job to somebody to take the history, to formulate and give me whatever is very, very important and then let me know. It would make my diagnosis easier and would help the patient also. Secondly, as a therapeutic tool, where we are handling or dealing very less professionals in our setup, group interventions can help out. Things like group therapy for alcohol de-addiction, or maybe finding out how much the burden of stress is in students. All of this work can be delegated to AI. And once the diagnosis is done, there are multiple therapeutic options like basic counseling services, supportive counseling services, which can be dealt by AI quite efficiently, and it is already happening. That people are talking to chatbots and finding solace and actually reporting in a lot of studies that they were better than humans. So that's already happening. Third thing is in monitorables, in monitoring tools. We already have a lot of wearables with us, smartphone apps to monitor the compliance, because as I already mentioned, in the field of mental health, we have a long trajectory of illness and therefore we would need people to be with us for a long duration of time. So somewhere along we can probably miss appointments due to which we get less knowledge. But with a lot of wearables and apps, we know that compliance is maintained, and what has been happening in the clients, like over that time where he was not coming for follow-up and things like that, which can be easily documented to help treatment. There are also a few places where these monitoring tools or wearables help where we cannot go as clinicians, which I'll be explaining to you. Finally, in predictive analysis, there are large amounts of data are analyzed, especially in the field of psychiatry. Large amounts of data are the norm. Each patient's case sheet would go up to at least about 20 to 30 pages, which would require a lot of data mining and keeping it and taking it and using it for his future reference. So when each patient is like us, probably a group of patients would have a lot of data, which when put into an algorithm might give us an idea as to how to predict the future trajectory of many illnesses, try to predict how the risk factors affect the start of an illness, and many such things like that. So in predictive analysis also, AI plays a very important part. So in diagnosis, I think the positives would be that AI doesn't have any bias. We are all human beings, and though we are taught in our professional training not to be judgmental or biased about any group of people, I think as humans, most of us have some very innate, very minute biases. So as much as we try to keep it at bay, somewhere, maybe in our therapy, maybe in our counseling sessions, maybe in the way we treat our patients, they might subconsciously show up. But in case of AI, that will not happen, which makes the client open up about his problems very easily. To give you a very small example, talking about sexual problems, which is a very big taboo in a country like India, might be very awkward to speak with in front of a physician, especially a physician of the opposite gender. So in the case of AI or a chatbot, it becomes very easy for the client to open up and talk about his very intimate problems without holding back, and therefore give us a lot of information about the same. So there the lack of bias works very positively for us. Secondly, AI can be made culture specific. We, about 8 years ago, collaborated with a startup which was working with a university in Germany to have a camera which was given to us to analyze facial emotions in the Indian population, to try and make an app where if the person looks at the camera, the app can grasp his emotions and tell him when to go consult a doctor if he's either depressed or upset or anxious. So that happened about 8 or 9 years back. And they started working on it, but at that point of time, just before the pandemic, AI had not grown so well. And they had some hurdles because even in the state of Karnataka, different areas had different facial patterns, and that became a huge amount of data to process and convert into an app. So they had to give up midway. But such things I'm very sure are happening now, and I think they will come to fruition very easily. And they can be made very culture specific. For example, the way a Chinese person would feel upset would be very different from how an Indian would feel upset. And looking at their face and finding out, like Dr. Shrikant already was saying, we can find out that this person was probably unwell and needed help long before humans can actually point and send them to a doctor. So that might help a lot. Decision psychiatry, a very important part of psychiatry, which goes like this. When a person develops depression or clinical depression, the person would not have, like in common parlance, we usually believe that any kind of stress leads to depression. But actually in the field of mental health, we know that depression is not a single etiological factor causing the disease. There are multiple factors which lead to the person showing up as depressed. So there are prenatal factors, factors in his infancy, childhood, adolescent, adulthood, all of which come together, and then the person shows up with depression. So when we put together the history, we can probably tell that this person is going to get this illness, probably is more vulnerable to this, and so we can be more prepared. Preventive psychiatry can work, and therefore the person can have a less disease burden, less burden of having to take medication, and hence precision psychiatry can be practiced. And finally, helps in diagnosing disorders as they become obvious before they can be clinically seen. This I think I can talk about. NeuroTrack, which is already an application which is a 5-minute cognitive testing on an app, where the app will assess, go through your, the light will go penetrate your eyes, and then they will find out because of the eye movements whether there are hippocampal abnormalities which can predict future cognitive impairment. That is, whether this person can probably have dementia later on in his life. So these things are also very important in our diagnosis. Also, in the fact that earlier I was mentioning that AI is probably a lot better than humans, though it pains me to say so. A study from the University of Cincinnati used machine learning and NLP to distinguish genuine suicide notes from fake notes which are written by healthy volunteers. And 11 mental health professionals and AI were asked to evaluate. And the best machine learning algorithms could spot the genuine ones 78% of the times as compared to 63% of humans. So this accuracy is amazing, and probably if we could take it in hundreds, probably we could prevent somewhere around 15 to 16 suicides annually. So this is the potential that AI has and how we can use it. As I was earlier mentioning, this is one area where a physician probably cannot enter the home of this patient to find out how they sleep. Most of our clients come with insomnia, saying that I have not slept for the past 10 years, which I know might not be true, and just their sleep satisfaction is less. But I would also like to tailor my intervention based on the exact sleep disorder that they have. And that is where variables for sleep come into play. Once they use these, we have an idea of how much of REM sleep they have had, how much of deep sleep they have had, how many hours they have slept, which in real time could translate into better interventions and better medication and as well as therapy. And coming to the next field, which is very interlinked with us in psychotherapy, there are already chatbots. So as you were saying, there might be a time where bots speak to people. I think there might be a time in the future that chatbots, as you said, will have to assess and diagnose and treat chatbots for their people. So we're progressing at that rate. So chatbots can provide cognitive behavior therapy in real time. And as the number of psychotherapists are very, very less, bots can do the work of analyzing questionnaires, analyzing the homework assignments that have been given to the clients, and the therapists can be used more efficiently. Their time can be used better to treat more people. As I already mentioned, the barriers are much less while talking to a bot because you can pour your heart out and the chatbot is never going to judge you. So they speak better, they tell their intimate secrets more to a bot than probably to a human, especially a human in the case of Gen Z, who is about 20 to 30 years older to them, belongs to a different generation, belongs to a different cultural and scientific mindset, and therefore might judge them for what they say. So therefore chatbots are more useful, and we see that these bots are mainly used, say for example in real time, if you want to see a therapist, probably you would have to leave your 9 to 5, travel about 100 or 200 kilometers away to talk to a therapist for 1 hour, which is in today's times also a waste of time. But chatbots can talk to you at any point of time, day or night. Even at 12 o'clock, if you open the chatbot, is willing to talk to you without any anger or irritation that you called him up at 12 in the night, which works very well for the client. So that whenever they are in crisis, whenever they feel maybe suicidal, whenever they feel that they are not mentally well, they can just access an app and talk to a chatbot, which probably works very well in the field of crisis counseling. And that is where I think things like Vaisavo, Botupur, all of these, and in India also, close to us, there is one platform called Your Dose, which uses human intervention also as well as chatbots to help in managing a lot of general mental health conditions like mild anxiety, adjustment disorder, depression, any of these. We also have in very specifically in psychiatry, something called the avatar therapy. We have patients who have very chronic hallucinations and they do not get better with medicine. So for a long time we were wondering what to do with them because they have to live consistently with a person close to them telling them that they are no good, they are doing something wrong or something bad will happen to them, and that's a very, very painful condition to live with. Now we have something called avatar therapy where the chatbot will talk to the client, try and find out, like a sketch artist in the olden movies where the person would describe a person and that sketch would be made as the avatar reality of that person, and the therapist would guide the intervention where the hallucination works like this, where the hallucinatory voice is given a face, and that face would slowly start talking what the patient's hallucination is talking. First it is hostile, but then with therapist intervention it becomes neutral and then supportive. So even though we have not cured the hallucination, the patient is comfortable with the voice around him. It's like a friend in need who's walking around with the patient all the time telling him supportive things. So though we cannot stop the hallucinations, probably they'll help alleviate the distress with hallucinations, and that is a big thing in schizophrenia. Virtual reality therapy in OCD and phobias, we already have one of these working in our hospital, which is called Avika, where we create in vivo environment for the patients to slowly explore and escalate their tolerance to troublesome situations like fear of height, fear of touching something unclean, fear of going out into a crowd and talking to a stranger, fear of climbing on stage and giving a speech. All of this with something as simple as a VR gadget, which is put on the patient, and the therapist gives interventions or relaxation along with the VR taking you through these difficult situations, which over a period of 5 or 6 or 8 months, we have seen an enormous change in the person's ability to do what he couldn't do just 6 months ago. Casper, a robot which is very helpful in taking care of children with autistic spectrum disorders. Again, the robots function well with these children because they have, they can develop social communication, eye contact easier with the machine than with people. And so these humanoid robots can help these children learn communication much faster, so that they integrate it while they are younger only into the knowledge. Mobots were fully FDA approved for postpartum depression, but now currently shut down due to regulatory issues. But the robot was functioning very well up to 2025, was available in the US. Companion bots which have come now, we are living in an epidemic of loneliness. People who are old, people who have illnesses like Alzheimer's, dementia, all of these are having difficulty in communicating with their close near and dear ones because we live in very small nuclear families and our near and dear ones are very far off. So for those people, blind, elderly, lonely, we have chatbots like Taro, which was developed in Japan, eBear developed in Denver, which can simulate physical touch, which can give warmth when it is needed, when it can hug a person, it can probably communicate a little bit, it can find out where the person is walking and sense if there are any obstacles on the way. So this would probably give some kind of cognitive stimulus to a person who is very lonely or who is losing their memory and therefore can help. Personalizing treatment, right now we are at this stage where we use traditional statistical methods, use a placebo and one-size-fits-all medication and come to an average of what we can give. But with AI, we can put it in a machine learning algorithm and give very personalized, this drug will work well for this patient. This drug will not work well for this patient, which would reduce the side effect and make the patient compliance much, much better. Also, as monitoring tools, I've already mentioned compliance apps, GPS trackers in patients with dementia. For patients with self-harm, GPS trackers can help find out if there is any erratic mobility or anything which they are doing out of the normal, which can help trace whether they are in trouble or they can be helped. So all of these are very important. Most important thing, as I was speaking about, was the bias prevention, which is a very important positive of AI. But I think also, at some point, we have to talk about the drawbacks and limitations. The first drawback I would say is the algorithmic bias. So what is being fed into the algorithm is what comes out as an answer. And most of the studies which have been done in the field of mental health have been from developed countries or high-income countries. So when that goes into the algorithm, probably what is right for our culture and our population might not turn up as the result. And this is one of the major drawbacks. Data privacy and security has always been spoken about by Dr. Shivamogga. Most importantly, as Sir said, lack of empathy and connection. For the past 30 years, especially in the field of psychiatry and psychology, I would say, we've been relying a lot on talking to people, understanding their body language, trying to see what they're saying and what they actually mean inside. A lot of times understanding what is going on in their subconscious, and this has been the base of our practice. And this empathy and connection at this point of time is not possible with AI. In the future it might be, but I would still like to think that with our experience of growing up as humans, growing up as people who are trying to understand the environment and making our responses cope with it, I think humans are at a much better place than AI to understand people with mental distress and help them. Also, AI has to learn to adapt in situations which are very unexpected, and once AI makes a blunder, as Dr. Shivamogga has already pointed out, we do not know who to keep responsible if AI doesn't do its job well. Or if AI doesn't support a person who is maybe suicidal or something like that, who is the person who is to take responsibility? Who can make it better and how can it be made better? These are challenges that we face on an everyday basis. Users may, this is one more problem in the field of psychiatry and mental health, where users delay intervention due to over-reliance on AI. They will keep using AI and thinking that it can make them better or they can get some solution out of it. And by the time they reach the care center, probably the disease would have evolved into its full potential, which would require a longer term. Limited intervention for complex issues which are developing on a day-to-day basis post the pandemic. So we have had an array of disorders which were not there pre-pandemic, like behavioral addiction, like doom scrolling and anxiety associated with it, all of this, which probably do not have straightforward answers, and AI might not be able to help in such cases. So I come back to this, and finally, I think going to my last slide of what as a generation who's grown up with AI is facing, and that also we are seeing in our clinics. People who are, who I think would like to call people who are not ill, but people who are not completely well either. So they come to us with a multitude of problems ranging from stress to inability to cope in their daily lives, and most of them have problems due to this. One is loss of deep learning, which has already been explained in great detail in the earlier session. And I think that is very important because whatever we apply as a skill in our profession has to happen very deeply. But there is a huge loss because students, people in young adults and people who are just starting their profession are relying on AI very heavily. So the learning is becoming very superficial. And when they are handling complex situations, they are lost. So that happens, and what we call as the Dunning-Kruger effect, they are completely confident in their ignorance that we know a lot, and that leads to a lot of problems. The doom scrolling effect, as we all know, which is increasing the levels of anxiety, reducing the level of short-term memory, reducing attention spans, which I was noticing even in the inaugural session. With such knowledgeable and erudite speakers, I was seeing that there were a few students who were having difficulty in keeping up their attention, going on, looking at their phones and looking back. I think that happens to all of us, and we have noticed this, and we are in no place to change it, I think, because it's already taken over our attention. Loss of fine motor and sensory skills, loss of creativity, because we rely on AI to do something as simple as a school project to something as complex as a research project. So we use AI for everything indiscriminately, which is making us lose our skills and creativity. Consumption more than creation. When you create, your mental networks and neural networks start working and increasing their activity. But when you consume more than you create, you end up having a mental state which is, as I would like to call it, zombie like. So that is also increasing, and loss of socializing because all of us are stuck to our phones and gadgets and here. So all these are things which tell us that AI is a double-edged sword. So we need to know how to use it rather than what it can do to us. We should understand and go ahead. To end, as described by Yuval Noah Harari, humans have always been defined by their ability to create and manipulate stories, ideas and things. And AI is one of the most transformative ones that we have created. AI will definitely change the world, but we as a species should choose to shape it and control it and not probably get overwhelmed by it. And at the end of that book, I think he's also made a mention that we are all very scared that our jobs will be taken over by AI and we will not know as a human species what to do. But one of the things that he has told at the end of the book is probably we humans and AI will come together. And that is already happening. We are having people who are inserting chips in the brain for a human to think a certain way. In diseases like Parkinson's, when to release the dopamine so that a patient can walk. So AI and the human species seem to be integrated. And as always, as a mental health professional, I would like to say when we are integrating with something, it is best to understand our partner completely, lest we get into more trouble than get some use over. Thank you so much for a patient hearing.
Dr. Deepti,
this statement was generated by because after listening to you, you have thrown open a huge world of possibilities, especially in a context where life is so complex that mental health is an issue with everybody. And I'm beginning to believe that if a man says, if a woman says that she's free from mental stress or a mental health problem, that's where you begin, you know that the diagnosis has to start there. So thank you very much. Now I'm going to request Ashok to speak on AI from the perspective of social work. I just want to pose 2 questions and ask him to start his presentation. The question is, social work, both as a discipline and as a practice, depends on the availability of vast social knowledge and information, which is dependable, which is authentic. But now we find that on the one hand, those who are in power, they do not want the facts to be known to either the social scientists or to the common people. There's a question of that. Then you also have a question of, fudged reports, fudged statistics, the way they are vitiated. Now, in the context of this, either censorship, power-driven censorship of social knowledge, and also the curbs on practices for changing that, how would social work look at the usefulness of AI? I invite you to make your presentation.
ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. I'd like to begin on a lighter note, stating that luckily we don't have any robo with artificial intelligence as one of the discussants here. And I would like to also not use PowerPoint presentation, because I think with whatever we have some envisaged for the growth of artificial intelligence and its more and more integration and invasion, very soon even in the I think days there will be more and more artificially intelligence infused kind of discussions, or as one that they will take more of limelight, and even the technology will be kind of coming on the way. That's where I want to use this as a luxury, so that I can have a direct interaction with all of you. And Professor Chenni, who was also my PhD supervisor and my mentor and well-wisher, has made my task easier by asking a question which is more direct and more closer to my discipline. I thought I am representing more of social sciences and also social work. When Dr. Hegde spoke, I thought that yes, for various reasons in a country like India, due to the huge kind of demand and the demand supply kind of imbalance that is there when it comes to the practitioners in medical sciences, there may not be much of a crisis. But in countries where there are more of doctors and kind of the patients are also more and more techno savvy, and also they have the literacy and more kind of use of artificial intelligence, they will be going more and more kind of unemployed, and there is a more of a not so kind of bright future. But when I listen to Dr. Schanberg, when it comes to mental health and more of the kind of the behavioral sciences, I thought that yes, once the honeymoon period with the AI technology and all that is over, and as Professor Dr. Chenni hinted, that since the power that we are more and more taking control and trying to commercialize and use it for, and also the state kind of powers are very quickly, they kind of take control of how it is designed and how it is put to use or made available and all that. More and more of us are generally seen as consumers than citizens. That is the reason I think once again there will be huge demand for mental health practitioners, the direct approach. This is what I am guessing, because all of us, I think, whether we have much knowledge or the familiarity with the AI and its history and the kind of present status and whatever, I think more and more so-called experts themselves are confessing that they cannot predict its future. So we are not very clear regarding its nature itself and what direction, what course it might take. So that's where at best what we are trying to do is have more of a guess or hunch, and I think that's what right now the AI tools are doing as far as our social sciences knowledge and other things are concerned. So that's where we have to be very, very cautious trying to predict, because there is also a danger that many of the problems that we have created as a civilization today, we may put the blame on the AI very easily. For example, the educational system that we have created and sustained, which is not really enabling, not creating the learners, or doesn't want learners at all, as the Honorable Vice Chancellor in his address made it very clear. And we have not taken charge of it as the people who are in very responsible positions. We have talked a lot, but we have not brought about, we have not made collective efforts. Similar is the case with social workers and social activists and others. We have kept we have done maybe some kind of tokenistic and those kind of efforts, but we have, without AI itself, we have created a lot of problems both for our professions as well as for our society, and if they are going to be more and more accentuated because of the AI, there is just as Dr. Hegde said, those who can afford or those who can have access to the artificial intelligence will have one kind of healthcare, and the others will have another kind of one. In artificial intelligence itself, there will already, we are seeing that there are two categories of this one. The one for so-called to show that it is more and more accessible, and it is a kind of bridging the gap for the whatever we called as digital divide. We are trying to kind of give that kind of impression, where I suspect that is not the case, where more and more people who can afford and this one, because it is all about investment. So we know that we have not done, or we have not been able to be very successful in countering the kind of designs and ill effects of what we called as state capitalism or crony capitalism or imperialism. So these are the larger kind of systems and the aspects that are also controlling and shaping both the conceptualizing and designing and making these kind of technologies and tools available to all of us. That's where social work, if we look at ourselves more and more as care providers, more and more as helping, what we call as helping professions and all that, I'm afraid we will be remaining more and more on the margins and trying to only cope and adapt. We expect our, in mental health, the service users, so-called service users, to cope and adapt. But then I think one of the important tasks, as Lena Dominelli once famously said, social work is both a troubled and a troubling profession. So it is, I think it's getting more troubled, especially in our subcontinent, mainly because now I am sitting here on the days along with medical practitioner as well as a researcher who is representing the medical sciences fields. And to become a practitioner there, they are allowed to go through the competitive examinations, and then science is one of the, along with that biology and all those, there are some kind of basic eligibility conditions. Then they have to get qualified, and 5 years minimum of the kind of training, rigorous training, where their clinical practice and training goes hand in hand. Similar is the case with the psychiatrists and other kind of practitioners. But in India, where anyone can get a seat in masters in social work, and they can also opt for medical and psychiatric specialization, which requires them to tomorrow work with in a team, multidisciplinary medical team, and to understand various doctors and psychiatrists, nurses and all that. With the kind of humanities or social sciences background, with the 2 years of very generic and only 3 or 4 specialization papers, I think that itself is a big kind of challenge, and that should have have troubled us long back. And but then for various reasons we have been continuing in the similar kind of as one. We have not been able to bring about much changes. We have not influenced much kind of these kind of policies and practices of admissions and curriculum design and the overall the kind of program outcomes and all that by even collaborating with UGC. So that is where I think we are more troubled than being in a position to trouble the kind of those who have developed that kind of inertia. And when it comes to social work, we very famously said that social work, the one professor, I think I don't know who exactly made the statement, he said that the end of social work is to end social work. And now we are somewhere so illiterate as far as I'm speaking of only my fraternity and my kind of the student community to whom we are trying to cater to, in comparison to various other kind of professions. We try to call ourselves as profession. I think all the kind of developments that are taking place, especially in AI and other kind of technological frontiers, will very soon, they themselves will end many of the fields and the needs for social practice. So it is more of an existential crisis. And just like Homo sapiens, I think one of the reasons why we made extra effort than other animals or creatures and built this kind of a civilization is because of our one sense of insecurity. I think it is an opportunity for us also to understand the crisis that we are in and try to first understand that this crisis did not start with the AI and others. We created, we sustained it, and we were in that comfort zone for a very, very, very long time. For example, the data that we relied on and the approaches, they were all positivist, Western kind of models. And then when somewhere we never understood that they were not working and there was no connect between our knowledge generation and using it for making the various sections of society benefit out of it. And only when this theoretical discussion, once again when the West we started, then we reluctantly shifted to post-positivist kind of a mode. And what we now also, we know that given the theses and various kind of knowledge production that is taking place, and with this CSR funding, with whatever evaluative studies, they are all managed. They are all managed to show that, because for them to show that whatever CSR projects and money that they are spending is well spent, they are trying to use third-party evaluations, but they are controlling and managing in such a way to show that they are all very successful and their model is the best, their money is the most well spent kind of the money. So that is where I think right now at least, if I can't predict what will happen in the future, right now at least as far as the so-called knowledge is concerned, which is AI kind of is relying on very digitalized kind of and its patterns and whatever is one, is going to, since our students are not in that kind of position, not even the educators are in that kind of position to really understand the nature of knowledge and how to integrate the knowledge to the actual practice and these kind of within those 2 years that whatever we call as professional education training. And from there, once again in the field, they are simply becoming more and more, because state is not employing we are not in that spaces where we are consultants or advisors, policy influencing kind of spheres wherever we can make a difference. I am afraid that unless we shake off most of the burden, the baggage that we are carrying and the illusion that we are in, we will not be able to, even with the AI, we will not be able to create genuine societally useful knowledge. And that's where this additional crisis, which was there earlier, and the additional crisis should be seen as an opportunity, and the insecure sense of insecurity should make us wake us up from the deep slumber that we are into, and make us think collectively and as people who are supposed to give hope as helping profession and value-based profession, somewhere have to create hope for ourselves first and then show that yes, we belong to that rare breed of Homo sapiens which have the indomitable spirit, and we can rise up to the occasion with the help of this band of people who are called social workers. Thank you for the opportunity, sir.
Thank you very much. I'm sure there are lots of questions which the audience would want to ask. The questions that I think have been, in a way, provoked after listening to the three presentations and also what was said in the inaugural program is that you cannot think of a technology like AI without contextualizing it in a specific social condition and also a cultural context. I think this has been one of the important insights that I was able to gain by listening to the presentations here. Though it is very important to make a theoretical foray into what intelligence is and what artificial intelligence is, we also see in these presentations that we need to address the societal issues in relation to the way we want to develop artificial intelligence, because a very great scholar has said once that technology does not work in the abstract. Technology works on what already exists as the history and as the specific context of a society. So with this, I now throw open this discussion for questions. My only request is please ask short questions and hope for long answers.
With your kind permission, can I start the innings? I have one question for Dr. Hegde and one to Dr. Preeti and one to Ashok, Dr. Ashok. The question to Dr. Hegde is of the following. You talked about problems, hallucinations that AI can have, and especially in the context of medical research. I think there's also a problem of ethics, because if my understanding is right, medical research is one of the most unethically carried out areas of research, especially with the deep connectivity with the pharmaceutical industry. And often many results that are thrown up by even reputed journals are often driven by the need to promote a certain treatment protocol or a drug. Now, if that information gets fed into your AI deep learning system, it's certainly going to generate answers and knowledges that promote certain kind of therapeutic protocols. So I think the issue of ethics in research can't be more important at this stage than ever, and for the simple reason that you could create a lot more hallucinating systems, with unethical practices. So I want to know your views on that. My second question is to Dr. Preeti. When you talked about psychiatric practice and the use of AI, what came across very clearly is that it's not really a hard science-driven practice. In fact, it relies upon cultural specificities. It also relies a little bit upon some kind of extra scientific, if I may use the word, intuitions and emotive connectivity. So, two things therefore. Is there scope because after all, our people in India didn't always go to people like you. They've gone to Nati medicine, they've gone to Maimele Devru Barskondo, they are all kinds of shamans and, is there scope to incorporate these, because there is a hard-nosed approach saying that these are not scientific, and therefore, but on the other hand, they work for some reason. So is there scope for doing inclusion of them, and if so, are AI systems agnostic to this, what gets fed into them, or is there room to incorporate also non-scientific, if I may call that, systems? And the last question I had, sorry to make this long, is to Dr. Ashok. You very rightly pointed out the politics of AI, and I may also connect this with Dr. Preeti's and invoke Foucault, in the sense that when we talk about treatment, we are always talking about individuals in a indifferent matrix of the society. Whereas there's a way of looking at the whole thing in an inverted way, that in fact if you are a healthy person in this society, there's something wrong with you because of the sickness in society itself. Do AI systems have a philosophy of health and treatment?
Thank you, sir. I think for your question, my answer would be very short. My answer would be I completely agree with you to a larger extent. Like one, an AI system is based on what it is taught on. It's the way we train the system, what is input is the output. So most of the time, as you rightly said, it relies on the data which is fed. How is the evidence generated today in medical science? It's mainly by clinical trials. In terms of treatment, it is randomized control trials and drugs. In terms of epidemiological studies like disease epidemiological studies, it is observational studies. So all those published data, most of the randomized control trials involving drugs, as you rightly said, it is pharma sponsored. But there are ethical issues. So most of the journals, especially leading journals, have a pattern. What is the role of funder? What is the role of what role the funder had in the project? Declaration is one part. The second part is whether the data is freely available to outside people. Whether the funder controls the whole data, there is a lot of scope for manipulation. So if the data is available freely, so most of the journals are moving towards, have already moved towards that phase where the data should be accessible. If the industry controls the data, there is chances that it can be fudged or it can even be suppressed. Important information can be suppressed. For example, a drug has an adverse side effect. There are incidences which have happened, like an adverse side effects of a drug which were known at the stage of clinical trials were suppressed. The drug came into market, the drug became a blockbuster, then they had to be called back because the drug was shown to have some adverse events. So this is the ethical part of the medical research and how the industry, the publishing industry or the journals are trying to cope up with that. And actually when what an AI program learns is what it is fed on. So most of the data, most of the input comes from this. But it also learns from things which are contrary to that. I will take an example of cholesterol. We all think that cholesterol is the one which is supposed to cause heart attack. The data which we have comes from large number of studies. But there is one school of thought which is maybe insignificant number, who stand away from that and who argue that it is wrong. It is not the true fact. But when AI gets the data, it takes both the views. And if how we put the question, so if I ask the question AI, I have a cholesterol of 230, should I take medicine? Probably it will give because the data said, yes, you have cholesterol, for your age it is high, you take cholesterol tablet 10 milligram for lifelong, like that. But if I put the question other way around, there are some people who believe that cholesterol is a myth and I am otherwise healthy. Should I take tablet for my cholesterol? The AI may give a completely different answer taking from that.
clue from that aspect. So it is how what we input question, how the prompt, the reply or the generator depends on the prompt. So, but one area of this is, one is the data which is fed in, like it is trained data. One. Second thing is, as we already said, that most of the time the data may be from Western countries. For example, a skin disease. A skin disease in a white person may be easy to detect than a dark skinned person. So the AI program is trained on mainly a Western population. It may not be able to detect from a dark skinned person. So these are some of the problems which are associated with the training. So like students, if the students are trained well in school days, they do well. If they are not trained well, probably they take time to learn things in a different way.
Good afternoon and thank you for the question, sir. Sir, as you rightly pointed out, sir, the field of psychiatry is very different from other fields in medicine because in our field we rely a lot on syndromes, not on specific etiological diagnosis. And our Bibles are the Diagnostic Statistical Manual and the ICD, wherein they've given a list of symptoms and signs, and depending on how many symptoms and signs have been present for how many number of days, we make the diagnosis of a disorder, which I feel is very reductionist. And there are a lot of criticisms for this because DSM was apparently made by a group of psychiatrists who are working in developed nations, especially only in America basically, and only from a few hospitals, which would get only white patients. So therefore, it is not a generalized, the place where we make a diagnosis, but this is being followed all across the globe. So we do not have an etiological diagnosis, but at the same time, for mental health to be considered a scientific profession, we had to have some boundaries. So after putting in about 5 + 3 years of education into something, to say that we rely on something other than what our books tell us is causing insecurity to a lot of mental health professionals, which I think shouldn't be the case. And talking about people who are going to quacks and getting better, or going to Nati Vaidyas and getting better, I think about 40 years ago, my father had thought about this and had conducted a series of experiments where he went to the Nati Vaidyas and trained them regarding, we do not have to work against each other. That we don't have to tell you that these people are quacks, don't go to them. And on the other hand, they do not have to say that we can help you out, don't go to a doctor. So giving them basic knowledge about primary care of psychiatric ailments and psychological distress would help them to integrate with us. And I think that that connect has remained with us. Till date, we get prescriptions from Bhuta Vaidyas saying that, we have helped cure this part of the disease. We've removed the Bhuta. In fact, there is one person who sends patients regularly, about 4 to 5 from Udupi, who calls me up and says, Illi avrdu Bhutad kelsa ella mugsidini. You do the rest. Salpa nara mistake ide, neevu chanag nodkoli. So I think integrating with them, that is, I think, which is very beneficial to us. And I think the thing you spoke about, sir, intuition, which is very, very important in the field of psychiatry and psychology, which is one thing which I think science has not been able to put on paper, which I feel is extremely important for a counselor or a psychotherapist or a psychiatrist who's sitting across a patient, because patients will most of the time not tell everything. There is a lot of subtext to what they are saying, which we have to grasp, and that happens only when you're intuitively listening to them and not, say, typing on a computer when they're talking about their symptoms, which would totally make you lose the essence of what we are doing. So I think in that, intuition is, I think, our biggest advantage and AI's biggest disadvantage, which is one place where it cannot reach. Yes, and as earlier you and our keynote speaker had pointed out, sir, maybe we should structure courses for mental health professionals as to how to develop their intuitory paths better and make that into a science, I think, which would help a lot more people, lot more clinicians understanding clinical or cultural subtext of bigger population. So I think that would be very useful.
Sir, as far as the philosophy of artificial intelligence is concerned, its politics and all that, basically we used to make a statement that whether human beings, whether we are aware of not. All of us have our own ideology or that kind of as one. When it comes to artificial intelligence, I think it is in its nascent kind of a stage where I think even the people who are controlling and so on, they are also initially trying to grapple with the nature of kind of artificial intelligence and try to determine what their controlling mechanisms or the conditionalities that have to be. I think that's where social workers or people who are concerned with its impact on society and how it can be put to maximum better use wherever we can collaborate or we can integrate and all that, and wherever there are the kind of danger zones or wherever there are kind of, because of the structural kind of issues and how they are being used both for the market as well as the state, how they are going to be shaped right from the international to the local levels. I think more and more we have to try to, there is no way then collaborating. One is the systemic priority changes as far as both the corporates as well as the states are concerned. We have to engage at various levels. We have to continue what we have been doing from the whatever initially we were alarmed with this ill effects of globalization and all that. I think at with a little more informed kind of one, we have to keep engaging at one level. That is one. Secondly, we also have to collaborate and keep engaging with the people who are kind of having these kind of little value system, some kind of concern, or those people who are creating or trying to take this AI forward so that it is more and more kind of designed, conceptualized, designed to somewhere the ethical aspects and the how it is put to use, or to make it available to even to the people who do not have the purchasing power, all these kind of one. We had social workers have a lot of work to do in collaborating and trying to influence and partner and to also resist wherever it has to be resisted, sir. Thank you, sir.
I think we have time for one or two questions. Yes, Shweta, and then in the first row. Please make the questions a little short, please.
ನನ್ನ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಅಶೋಕ್ ಡಿಸಾಜಾ ಸರ್ಗೆ. ನಾನು ಫಸ್ಟಿಗೆ ಅಪ್ರಿಷಿಯೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ, ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ಆನೆಸ್ಟ್ ಸಬ್ಮಿಷನ್ ಇತ್ತು ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೇಷನ್ನಲ್ಲಿ. ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಏನಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ವರ್ಕ್ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಷನ್ನು ಅಲೈಡ್ ಮೆಡಿಕಲ್ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಕೇರ್ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಷನಲ್ಸ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ರಿಕಗ್ನೈಸ್ ಆಗಿರೋದು ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಹೆಮ್ಮೆಯ ಸಂಗತಿನೇ. ಆದರೆ ತಮ್ಮ ಸ್ಪೀಚಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರಿ, ಅಂದರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ದಿಗ್ಗಜರಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಈಗ ನಾವು ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ವರ್ಕರ್ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ನಾವು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಗುರುತಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು ಅವರು ಅಂತ ಅನ್ನೋ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಬಂದಾಗ, ನನ್ನ ನೇರವಾದ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ, ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಲೆವೆಲ್ನಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ಸ್ಗಳು ತಾವುಗಳ ರೋಲ್ ಏನಿದೆ, ಮತ್ತು ನಾವು ಡಿಗ್ರಿ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ನಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ನಮ್ಮ ಯು ಜಿ ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ವರ್ಕರ್ಸ್ಗಳ ಒಂದು ರೆಸ್ಪಾನ್ಸಿಬಿಲಿಟಿ ಏನು ಅಂತಂದು. ಏಕೆಂದರೆ ಈಗ ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ ಒಂದು 2 ತಿಂಗಳಿಂದ ಇದು ನಡೀತಲೇ ಇದೆ ಸೀರಿಯಸ್ ಆಗಿ. ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಕನ್ಸರ್ನ್ಸ್ಗಳನ್ನು ನಾವಿನ್ನೂ ರೀಚ್ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ ಏನೋ ಅಂತ. ಎಲ್ಲೋ ನಮ್ಮ ಚಿಕ್ಕಮಗಳೂರು, ಶಿವಮೊಗ್ಗ ಭಾಗದಾಗ ನೋಡಿಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಸಂಧ್ಯಾ ಕಾವೇರಿ ಮೇಡಮ್ಮು ಮತ್ತು ಮಂಜುನಾಥ್ ಅವರು ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ವಿ ಸಿ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ರೀಚ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈ ಒಂದು ರೆಸ್ಪಾನ್ಸಿಬಿಲಿಟಿನ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಅಂತಂದು ಸರ್.
ಓಕೆ ಸರ್.
Sir, short questions for the doctors, both the doctors. Dark side of the AI application in the health-related issues, madam. First question. Second, the thing is, self-medication is increasing with the advent of the AI application without whether a drug delivery technology has updated. The people are getting the pharmaceutical drugs before the trial also. What is your opinion?
ಸರ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ ಸೆಲ್ಫ್ ಇದು ಎಲ್ಲ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನನಗೆ ಒಂದು ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಏನು ಅಂದರೆ, ಎ ಐಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲವು ಬೌಂಡ್ರೀಸ್ ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ನನಗನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ. ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಏನಂತೀರಾ ಸರ್?
This question is both as a therapist and as a teacher. I am someone who believes strongly in this concept of feeling safe, and we function best when we feel safe. So from whatever I have heard from students or whatever I have heard from clients who come to me, they always feel that AI is very non-judgmental when it comes to responding to you, one. And also, you're not put down. Like if you go and ask a friend or a teacher, they might say, you don't even know this, but AI never asks you like that. So, and even if you ask a query, is this, AI first tells, I understand how you're feeling about it, relax, this is how it is. So what does the panel have to say about this concept of AI?
Sir, to answer your question, I think Sir will elaborate more on it regarding drug delivery and self-medication, sir. Yes, dark side of AI. Sir, regarding medication, I think there are regulatory means by which some drugs can be given only for a certain period of time by the pharmacist. They cannot be indiscriminately and indefinitely given. So somewhere along the way, there are a few curbs. Yes, there are ways where you can get over the curb and get medication, but that I think is a possibility everywhere. But for most part, they will not be getting prescription medication beyond the time that the doctor has prescribed. So there is some curb there. Dark side of AI, we see a lot of it in the mental health profession, especially in a lot of young adults and teenagers that I work with. We see that there is an over-reliance and a dependence, I would say, on understanding even the most basic things. Like as I said, even if they want to find out how to interact with a friend or how to make a new friend, it is not another human being coaching them on it. It is a chatbot which is telling them what you should do and how you should open the conversation, etc. So somewhere one dark side of AI which I see in my profession is an over-reliance on machines which might make us less human. Our feelings might come down, the way we interact will be very calculated and judgmental, not allowing for free expression of creativity or even humanness. So that is one dark side. Second dark side is, as we all see, just like how Dr. Shweta pointed out, over-reliance on AI can lead to us getting misled also. We see a lot of cyber crimes happening around, and I think in the population that I see, there are two different populations, two extremes, as I would say. There is a population who is above 40 or 50 who are extremely suspicious of anything to do with machines and chatbots. Like, for example, I think I can't convince my mother till date to use a digital payment app. She will not. So there is one group of people who will never use AI for anything. And there is the second group who has grown up with AI who think that AI is God and that they can get any help from them. And both of these extremes might cause problems. I think we need to find a balance between the two where we are taught, probably in schools or colleges, how much we should rely and how much we should be careful. And I think that would help us take care of a lot of the dark aspects of AI which are prevalent now, like maybe older people getting into cyber crimes and transferring their money and giving out their OTPs. All of this is happening because we do not have any knowledge as to how to handle it. This is one case where technology has grown so fast that we have not been able to keep up with the next advance ASAP as it grows. So that might be one of the disadvantages that we have. But I think bridging the gap is the only way to bring that balance. And I think that is also an answer to what you said.
Okay. ಸಮಾಜ ಕಾರ್ಯದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲೇ ನಾನು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಮತ್ತು ಸಮಾಜ ಕಾರ್ಯದ ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಐ ಡೋಂಟ್ ವಾಂಟ್ ಟು ಟೇಕ್ ಮಚ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಟೈಮ್. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಸಮಾಜ ಕಾರ್ಯದ್ದು ನಾನು ಯಾಕೆ ಕೆಲವು ವಿಷಯಗಳನ್ನು ಸ್ಥೂಲವಾಗಿ ಹೇಳಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ, ಈಗ ನೀವು ಅಲೈಡ್ ಫೀಲ್ಡಿದ್ದು ರಿಲೇಟೆಡ್ ಆಗಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಿ. ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಒಂದು ಅವ್ರು ರೆಕಗ್ನೈಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂದರೆ ತಕ್ಷಣ ನಾವು ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ಅವರು ವ್ಯಾಲಿಡೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಅರ್ಥ ಅಲ್ಲ. ಅವ್ರೇನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಈ ಥರ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರಷ್ಟೇ ನಾವು ರೆಕಗ್ನೈಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆ ಅದೇ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಚೆನ್ನಿ ಮತ್ತು ಸಂಧ್ಯಾ ಕವೇರಿ ಮೇಡಮ್ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. ಅವರಲ್ಲಿ ಕ್ಲಿನಿಕಲ್ ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟೀಸ್ ಸೆಟ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಇದೆ, ಆ ಕಾರಣ ಎಲಿಜಿಬಲ್ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯ ಅಪ್ರೋಚ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಕಡೆ ಆ ಸೆಟ್ಟಿಂಗೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನಾವು ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಏನೋ ನಮ್ಮ ಈಗ ಉದ್ದೇಶ, ಅಲ್ಟಿಮೇಟ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಏನು, ಇದು ಸಮಾಜ ಕಾರ್ಯ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಸಮಾಜ ಕಾರ್ಯ ಬೋಧನೆ ಮಾಡು ನಮಗೋಸ್ಕರನ ಅಥವಾ ಸಮಾಜದ ಅವ್ರು ಏನು ಉದ್ದೇಶ ಇದ್ದಾವೆ ನಿಜವಾಗಿ ಸಮಾಜ ಕಾರ್ಯ ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರನ ಅಂತೇಳಿ. ಸಮಾಜ ಕಾರ್ಯದ ಉದ್ದೇಶ ಈಡೇರಬೇಕು, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ನಾವು ಮಾಧ್ಯಮ ಅಂತ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನೇ ನಾವು ಸಾಧನ ಅಂತ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಆವಾಗ ನಾವು ಈ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಕೇಳ್ಕೋಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿಯ ರಿಕ್ವೈರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ನಾವು ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಅವರು ಹೇಗೆ ರೆಡಿ ಆಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅದೇ ಥರ ನಾವು ಸರ್ಕಾರಿ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯ ಅಥವಾ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಇರಲಿ ನಾವು ಆ ಥರ ರೆಡಿ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಆ ಥರ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಡಿಗ್ರಿ ಕೊಡಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಬೇರೆ ದಾರಿ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು.
Sir, one more submission regarding the dark side of AI, sir. Long back, before AI also was having some regulations, one more dark side was that there were a lot of people who could ask questions like, how could I commit self-harm and things like that, which AI would guide with, great clarity, how you can commit suicide or things like that. But now with regulatory mechanisms coming in, what it does is that it directs you to a crisis counseling center. It tells you that you can call this number if you're feeling like this. I think it is better that you do so. So that is something which AI also has, I think, grown with what, interacting with humans and interacting with regulatory mechanisms. Yes, there are dark sides, like when there are games like this Blue Whale, and we might have heard, which direct children to do things which they might not want to, or that might not be in their psyche. But there is always a positive side to it, where some regulatory mechanisms are getting into place. Yeah, sir. As I said, in our profession at least, there are regulatory bodies which can help out. And there are these chatbots, especially in the field of psychology, which have these algorithms where the dark side of it is moderately taken care of, I would say. But humans are complex, and it keeps throwing up challenges to the AI. But at this point of time, I think the amount of AI that we are using, I'm not seeing any scary dark side of it at least.
To add to this, regarding the problem is, if you are from the same area, you are able to recognize. If I search a medical topic in AI tool, if it hallucinates, if I put a question regarding a patient diagnosis, and if it hallucinates, I can somehow catch. But if a general person who is non-medical person puts the question, he believes it. So he is not able to differentiate whether it is a true response or a hallucination. That is a major disadvantage, one. And second, whenever a medical question is asked, it gives a disclaimer that for all these matters, you consult a healthcare professional. I am only there to guide you regarding the broad overview. Self-medication is a problem in our country because the regulatory norms for prescription and for dispensing medicine is not very strictly enforced. So in Western countries and countries where prescription norms are very strictly followed, self-medication is not a possibility. They cannot get any antibiotics or any anti-diabetic medication without prescription. Here, yes, it can be a problem. Like we have now what we call in medical words, we call as Google doctors, ChatGPT doctors. I mean, patients do themselves first and then come to us. Like I gave the example of the girl who put her selfie and diagnosed chickenpox herself. Why she came was she got worried that chickenpox has so many complications. Like it can cause pneumonia, it can cause meningitis, encephalitis, brain fever, all those things. She got worried, really worried. But a doctor knows that yes, these are all things possible, extremely rare condition, in extremes of age, in patients who are immunocompromised. Not a general population, a normal person when he develops chickenpox, these are almost a non-possibility. For that, probably they'll have to come to a doctor. That is where the importance of relying too much on AI. Second one is, as we already said, about the bias. It carries the bias based on the data which it is trained in. Because most of the data comes from Western world. So we need to develop our own data. We need to have our own data. So once we have our own data, probably it can analyze. There was an interesting movie, a short movie in Netflix, I think, Human in the Loop. A girl from Jharkhand, she works as an IT worker in an AI company. So she recognizes that when she puts the word tribe, the tribal picture shows from Peru, Latin America. Then she asks, why I am not shown as a tribal when our people are not shown as a tribal? Then she understands that this bias. So this is a beautiful made short movie, Human in the Loop. So this is how, these are some of the side problems with AI, like over-diagnosis or over-reliance on that for diagnosis, especially for health. It is always, as we said earlier, it is the contextualization. We should view an AI tool in the context of what we require. If I want to use for a thing which I am not able to clinically diagnose. If I have some doubts to reinforce my thing. If I want to have a legal opinion, it might give an output. It might give me a convincing, but I'll have to consult a lawyer. So I cannot rely too much because I don't know where it is hallucinating, what is it is hallucinating. So these are some of the things. Hallucination is coming down with improvement. With every new generation, like now we have ChatGPT 5.2. If we had seen ChatGPT 1 or 3, hallucination was much more. So, but now it has significantly come down, and it will over the time it might improve. So,
as a moderator of the panel discussion, I feel very sad, and I feel I'm doing something very unethical by ending this wonderful conversation, which threw open so many avenues of thinking, about planning, about questioning ourselves, questioning the conditions in which we now live. I want to thank all of them. And I agree to become a moderator, hoping that I can speak immoderately at the end of the presentations with a very scholarly conclusion, which I had written down. But now I realize that I should sacrifice all that in favor of the hungry audience. So we are already behind schedule by nearly 15 minutes. So I would request the audience to have a quick lunch. It's very delicious, so you can do it quickly. And then come back, listen to, don't miss the next presentation, which is by Prithvi Datta Chandra Shobhi, who is one of our most, I don't have the right word for it, is a wonderful scholar, and he is planning to speak about the social sciences and probably literature also. Please do listen to Prithvi Datta Chandra Shobhi, and I think is somebody ready to propose a vote of thanks? Please go ahead and do it quickly, please.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, and thank you to all the esteemed panelists for their enriching and thought-provoking insights. As we come to the close of this insightful session, it is now my honor to propose the vote of thanks. I would like to begin by expressing our deepest gratitude to our esteemed moderator, Professor Rajendra Chenni, for skillfully steering this discussion with such clarity and intellectual depth. Our sincere thanks to our distinguished panelists, Dr. Preeti Shanbag, Dr. Shrikant Hegde and Dr. Ashok D'Souza for sharing their valuable insights and enriching us with their perspectives. We extend our heartfelt appreciation to all the dignitaries for their gracious presence and constant support. I also thank the organizing committee, co-conveners and the entire KAPMC family for their dedicated efforts in making this session a success. A special thanks to all the delegates, participants and audience members for your active involvement and enthusiasm. Now, as a token of gratitude, I request Professor Rajendra Chenni to kindly felicitate our esteemed panelists. I also request our respected principal, Sandhya Kaveri ma'am, to kindly present a token of appreciation to Professor Rajendra Chenni. Thank you once again to everyone. We will now break for lunch. Kindly use the food coupons available in your kits. And please gather back by 2:30 for the special lecture by Dr. Prithvi Datta. The food is arranged in the canteen.
The canteen is at the basement below this floor. So you can all access it by going out and again going down. So you can. Our volunteers will guide you to the canteen. And a small change, we'll be gathering back at 2:20, please. Thank you, because the guest for the next session is already ready. Thank you, please. Thank you for understanding us. I also request the presenters of the posters to please go to the first floor and hand over your posters so that they can be displayed. The posters in charge are already in the venue. Please ensure that you can go and hand over your posters to the venue in charges. Thank you.
ಪೋಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್, ವಿನೂತನ ಪಠ್ಯಕ್ರಮ, ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿ ಸ್ನೇಹಿ ಕಲಿಕಾ ಪರಿಸರ, ಹೆಚ್ಚುವರಿ ಸರ್ಟಿಫಿಕೇಟ್ ಕೋರ್ಸ್ಗಳು, ಸುಸಜ್ಜಿತ ಪ್ರಯೋಗಾಲಯ, ವಿಶೇಷ ತಜ್ಞರಿಂದ ತರಬೇತಿ, ಸುಸಜ್ಜಿತ ಹಾಸ್ಟೆಲ್ ಮತ್ತು ಬಸ್ ಸೌಲಭ್ಯವಿದೆ. ದಾಖಲಾತಿಗಾಗಿ ಸಂಪರ್ಕಿಸಿ ಕಟೀಲ್ ಅಶೋಕ್ ಪೈ ಸ್ಮಾರಕ ಕಾಲೇಜು, ಶಿವಮೊಗ್ಗ.
Pulling up black windows once you go down. You must be crazy if you think that I'ma slow down. Don't wanna hear it talking shit, fuck the drama. Keep it coming, I'ma send you to your mama. Mr. Whip, 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 get the guns out. Dropping bodies in the place till the sun's out. Can't fuck with this, I'm going to try. Just when the bullets fly,
Namaste, I'm Dr. Sandhya Kaveri, Principal at Kateel Ashok Pai Memorial College. Welcome you all to Kateel Ashok Pai Memorial Group of Institutions.
Slow down, don't wanna hear it talking shit, fuck the drama. You keep it coming, I'ma send you to your mama. Mr. Whip, quick clip, get the guns out. Dropping bodies in the place till the sun's out. Can't fuck with me, so don't even try. Cause when the bullets fly, I'm the last one to die.
nature of modern economy, that again is undergoing a transformation. Right? So use of utilization of carbon energy, right? So that represented a moment of transition. And that also led to the loss of jobs, loss of, familiar ways of life, and led to a lot of disruptions. So what we understand as modernity today came out of that journey. So it led to urbanization, massive urbanization of human societies, and it led to the enhancement of our ability to set up cities wherever we wanted. It could be a city in the middle of a desert without worrying about how we are going to reach there, what kinds of other facilities, whether it is food, water, or other things that we need to transport to that place. It was only the availability of land or some other advantage which led human beings to build cities wherever they wanted. Prior to that, when we relied on biopower before the introduction of carbon energy, we didn't have that luxury. We couldn't build cities, where water was not available, where it was difficult to reach, which did not have a large hinterland. So now with carbon energy, that is something that we are escaping. Right? In this process, in the various industrial revolutions that have occurred over the last 200 years, including the introduction of knowledge economy, introduction of computing, information technology, and so on, there was an element of automation that occurred, and that was the introduction of artificial intelligence. Now that is taking a new form, a new dimension, where you have a series of possibilities. Right? One is artificial intelligence becomes, as we're going to see in a few minutes, a collaborator, a co-pilot to the human intelligence, right? So that's one model, that's one way of looking at it. And this will create disruptions. This will radically transform how we live, how we function, how we work. It wouldn't be surprising if the quantum of work that we do as human beings comes down radically, and there are different ways in which our sustenance, our existence is supported, whether it is by limited amount of work, but subsidies that the state or other societal mechanisms will provide. There are all kinds of possibilities which are available, which are realistically in front of us. At the other extreme, something which has been explored and feared even, is the fact that artificial intelligence itself might become a dominant force and subdue human intelligence. And you may have some forms of AI that might actually take over the political apparatus, political power that state now possesses. And those fears have also not been unfounded, but there are significant speculations on those kinds of possibilities. So it is this spectrum which is quite interesting, but we're not going to talk about artificial intelligence taking over, the responsibility of managing human race, human societies, and so on. We'll stay with less, scary scenario wherein we are looking at the possibility of artificial intelligence transforming how we live, how we work, how we receive our rewards for work, and increasingly the role that they play. One caution that I want to introduce today is that, this goes back to the point that I was making about uncertainty. And that point being, we are in this moment of transition. We don't know for sure what will be the end result, even 10 years from now. So we are speculating to a certain extent. And because we are in this transitionary moment, particularly in educational systems, industries will adopt, industries will find the most efficient form of, incorporating whatever technologies that are available to us. And so it's not particularly their problem, but academia, universities are slow to adapt. And as a consequence, we don't know what kind of changes that we need to make to our curriculum, the way we teach, to our learning objectives, to our learning outcomes, to our graduate attributes, and so on. So in this transitionary moment, we have this bigger challenge of keeping some of the older systems, older practices, while also adopting the the tools and new technologies and new methods of working that artificial intelligence is going to introduce. So this is the broader context that we need to keep in mind. What I want to do over the next 10-15 minutes is to introduce 3 concepts which I think are missing. They're generally known to everyone. What I want to do is to draw the contrast so that we are clear about what we are discussing. And so I've put together some slides, and I'll share those slides with you so that we can gain a understanding of the different forms of artificial intelligence as they've emerged, which will guide our discussions. I hope you can see my slides. So what are the 3 terms that I want to introduce here? One is artificial intelligence, which is the big basket, the largest concentric circle that we need to be aware of. And the other 2 are generative artificial intelligence and agentic artificial intelligence. So we've been talking about artificial intelligence in a general way for the past several decades, and it has become part of our conversations, our functioning. So whether we talk about drones, whether we talk about robots, whether we talk about other forms in which artificial intelligence has been around in our, in various fields, spheres of human existence. But generative AI and agentic AI are new. They're more recent. They are a subset in a way, as you will see in just a second, when we see these contrasts. Why I think we need to be aware of these distinctions will become clear in the next 10 minutes. But if I were to anticipate, some things that I'm, some developments that I'm going to talk about, what we need to keep in mind is that particularly generative AI and agentic AI, generative AI will have some significant consequences with respect to how we function in universities, in higher educational institutions, how we generate and transmit knowledge. So that's one significant area. And agentic AI is very important because it is enabling us to function with agents of our own design once we learn how to do that, which will transform all kinds of activities that we do. So, for instance, last week there was an interesting article in a cover story in New York Times, which talked about how young people today are not communicating with their families directly, right? And the title of the article was, the heading given to the article was, "Sorry, Mom, you're talking to my agent." And what that headline had come from a story which was about an 18-year-old Australian software developer who had moved to San Francisco from Australia. And he had been there for a month, new city in Northern California. He's excited about that move. And therefore he is, what is he doing? He is exploring the city, learning about the city, about the state, and hasn't had the time to respond to his friends or his family members, including his parents, who've been writing to him. So how does he then, because they're sending him WhatsApp messages, they're sending him emails, how is he then responding to them, or how does he decide to respond to them? He just, creates some agents who will, one in his WhatsApp group, right, with his parents, with his family members. Because the agent has access to all the social media compilation, including his social media sites, where he has a presence, or to his Google Calendar. So the agent will collate all the onto for family members for messages. So this is a brand new world in which we are entering. And so any researcher today, someone like me, or in any field, we will, in order to help in our own research, we are probably not going to hire a student or a research assistant who's a recent graduate or a research associate. We'll probably secure an agent or build an agent and provide instructions. The way a software developer who's actually the vice president of Claude put it in a podcast recently is that he'll get up in the morning, open his laptop, have 5 agents work for him, give them instructions, go for a run, come back, check what they have done, give them fresh instructions. So whether it is to look for articles on a particular subject and summarize them, or to do some coding based on that, or to respond to emails which would have come overnight from all parts of the world, and something else to a 4th agent and something else to a 5th agent, to set up schedule, to arrange for meetings, to get information from a variety of different sites. So then you compile all. Then you have one more agent, a lead agent, who is supervising the work of all these other agents, right? And then he'll come back, have breakfast, go attend meetings, maybe go for a walk or go to a cafe, get a cup of coffee, come back, and then check what the agents are doing, right? So this is the kind of workspace where one is either, securing the assistance of agents, or collaborating with them. And this is becoming the landscape of our work. Right? So it is in this context that we need to understand how these new subsets of artificial intelligence, generative AI, and agentic AI, how are they changing our work? How are they changing our, particularly the field of education, and their knowledge generation, knowledge and transmission, learning, and so on and so forth. So I wanted to stress this because if we have some understanding of this, it becomes easier for us to have conversations about what we need to do. Right? There's no question of opting out from any of this. Right? And that is the key point that we need to remember. Right? So to give you some specifics now, right? Artificial intelligence is the broad field, right, where machines are mimicking human thinking. And then you have generative AI, which creates text, images, code, and so on. So, if you go to a generative AI tool, a large language model, like ChatGPT and ask for a lesson plan for a course that I want to teach. It today functions more like a very efficient way of, a Google search that we would have done 20 years ago. So when I started my teaching career 20 years ago, 20 plus years ago, if I wanted to put together a course, then I'd go to Google Books, I would go to Google Scholar, I'd go to Google and do some searches and consult with my colleagues and put together something. But today, if I give prompts to generative AI on the kind of course that I want to teach, let's say I want to teach a course on an area in which I have very little understanding, then I'll, like modern China or modern Europe or some other area, then I'll go give prompts, very specific prompts. And what I need to know today is to give those prompts. And then there'll be information collated and presented to me in ways that I want. Then I'll get options on whether I want this in a poster or in a with images inserted and so on and so forth. Right? So generative AI allows us in many fields, whether it's in advertising, whether it's in education, whether it's in some other field, right? Whether it is to get coding done, so on and so forth, or medical research. You have this possibility of generating knowledge, and how that comes about, we'll see that in just a second. Agentic AI is a subset of that, of generative AI, where you have autonomous, goal-driven agents, multi-step systems, and AI will act autonomously. It can give, this is even more autonomous than generative AI. So these agents can function more or less like autonomous, self-thinking, human assistants that one has. So those are the three models that we are working with today. Right? So artificial intelligence, again, I've spent enough time. I don't have to, go through all of this, all the points here. So you have machines which perform tasks just like human beings, and you have some examples of what kinds of work they can do, and you have the technologies which are associated with it, whether it is machine learning, deep learning, NLP, computer vision, robotics, and in today's computer science courses programs, or in data science programs, you have courses on all of this, on computer vision and so on and so forth. So how do they actually function? For example, computer vision, helps you to set up a very intelligent traffic system, right? Where images are captured and transmitted to a particular intelligent node, which will decide whether at an intersection the red light should be for 30 seconds or for 60 seconds based on the quantum of traffic which is there in that particular junction, right? So that's artificial intelligence. So generative AI, it does a lot more, right? As we saw earlier, it creates new and original content, but it again depends on content which is fed. It has access to massive data sets on which it is trained. What it does is it learns statistical patterns and generates new content when prompts are given. And how it is able to do that is by depending on the kind of statistical patterns which are available in these massive data sets. So if all writing is available to it, then it can mine that and give you some sense of, or give you a draft of something that you want, right? So that's how it functions. It also is getting increasingly refined with human feedback. So when new knowledge is generated in generative AI, one of the things which is happening where a lot of older programmers who worked in software industry are getting re-employed is actually to refine output that comes out of generative AI. So whether it is code, whether it is writing itself. So if there are errors, obvious errors that these tools, these AI LLMs are making, then whether it is in writing, producing summaries, in responding to questions and so on, you can improve that by deploying these senior folks who have experience in the field. Right? And so in various fields, right, whether it is in text, images, code, audio, video, you have these tools which are available to generate new knowledge. Right? So the third field that we will, the third point that we're going to look at is the third form of AI that we're going to look at is the agentic AI. Right? So here, these are AI systems that can autonomously plan, decide, and execute multi-step tasks using tools, memory, and reasoning with minimal human intervention. Right? They're capable of reasoning. So they're not simply relying on statistical patterns that exist in earlier. Right? So apart from processing existing knowledge, they're also able to reason. Right? This is something which is new. And so you have a whole bunch of resources that are available to them. So they will use text, files, APIs, browser content, databases, and so on. It'll plan work by breaking goals, tasks into subtasks and sequences, actions logically. And then, it takes action, remembers, evaluates outcome, and so on and so forth, right? So this is how agentic AI functions. And you have the differences between the three. So you can see what is the scope, how artificial intelligence is the broadest category. Generative AI, focuses on subset of AI, focused on creation. Subset of AI focused on action. Right? The core focus of artificial intelligence is intelligence and reasoning. Generative AI does content creation. Agentic AI does autonomous task execution. You can see how there's a progression in the capacities, in the capabilities. Right? The third, with respect to input-output, you have data, decisions, and predictions in the case of artificial intelligence. Prompts, new content is produced. Goals lead to completed tasks. So autonomy, low to medium, low because it is responding to prompts, although it is highly effective. In the case of agentic AI, there is a great deal of autonomy, which is why they become collaborators and co-pilots rather than assistants. Right? And memory, so you've task-specific memory. In that particular window, when you open ChatGPT and do that work, it remains there. But the agent can store this. It can make it available later on. The memory is long-term. And tools, you see the tools that are used by all the three. So you have some examples as well. Right? So let me move to give you a sense of how you can understand this as subsets of each other. This image is quite self-evident. I don't need to spend too much time on it. So in terms of sequencing, artificial intelligence has been a few decades. Generative AI is recent, 2020s in a sense, and agentic AI is even more recent. And this is where all the action is now, happening. So what are the real world applications of this? What kinds of changes? And this will help us to understand how the nature of work itself is changing, what might happen over the next several decades, particularly in the next 10 to 20 years. So in healthcare, we had diagnosis, and predictive risk scoring, whether it was in the insurance sector and so on and so forth, that was available. So if you think about, where we started 30 years ago when the IT revolution started in India, this is a dramatic, change. So when we had finished college and when we had just started using computers, what we saw in the mid-90s, late 90s, was medical transcription industry. It gave a lot of scope to Indian software companies to set up call centers. Now we have global capability centers, GCCs, which do all the work for anything that would have been done in a New York office or a London office or a San Francisco office. Today will get done in an office in Bangalore, right? And that's both due to technology as well as improvements in technology, but also how the world itself has changed. So this is a improvement that we have seen in the deployment of generative AI. From not being able to transcribe a doctor's notes, which was what the medical transcription business was about, today we have diagnosis which is done using LLMs and a doctor, right? A doctor will collaborate with an LLM or with agentic AI in order to create in order to finish the task. So today, even 10 years ago, we would have been writing our reports of an event like this. Today, Gemini, because we are in the Google ecosystem, Gemini will produce a report at the end of it, and all that I'm speaking today will be available to you in the form of a report. And the organizers of the conference can actually summarize, edit, and use it as a transcript available for distribution. So all of this, is changing the way we function, right? And in every field, you see, the kinds of changes which are taking place. So in finance, if AI was being used for fraud detection or to, for credit scoring, in order to provide credit cards or deny credit cards and so on and so forth, or loans of any kind. Algorithmic trading is how AI was used in the investment banking in stock market and so on. But today, generative AI will allow you to come up with your own investment strategy. What changes need to be made to one's portfolio and so on. So how agentic AI takes that one step forward is by, if you give instructions to an agent of yours, then that agent will, execute a trade, will rebalance your portfolio, file reports, whether it is to the stock market or to the income tax department, or for GST, whatever, right? So these are the kinds of possibilities that exist today with new technology, which is rapidly, emerging, right? But as a consequence, the work that human beings would have done is now being sent to, AI tools, right? In the way of AI. So therefore, we are seeing changes in education and software development fields as well, right? So when the general AI was being used, it was for adaptive learning and student performance prediction. Now then with generative AI, with ChatGPT and so on and so forth, we started using that for generating lesson plans, reports, quizzes, and explanations. Now you can have a tutor who will look at the performance of a student, a tutor being an agent, who will conduct tutoring sessions, track progress, send prompts if someone has not submitted quizzes, adjust curriculum based on the capabilities of students. So you may have one curriculum, but depending on the learning capacities of 100 students or 1,000 students who are attending your class, then the agent can make adjustments to a fast learner, to a slow learner. The work that a student or a teacher or a teaching assistant would have done is now outsourced to agent. How this actually facilitates self-learning itself is also something that we could think about, because it will have consequences on how education is executed, or how learning happens in the near future. Similarly, in software development, generative AI was being used for producing code, but agentic AI could help with testing as well. And that will complete the loop and reduce the need for human beings. Okay. I'll finish this quickly. So these are some key takeaways. So you had machine intelligence, the broadest umbrella. Within that, generative AI as a subset. So here you're creating new content and you're not simply classifying or predicting. So LLMs have transformed what AI can do. And what is actually interesting is how LLMs are now being adapted. A student of mine who's a first-year student a couple of weeks ago came and presented to me and a couple of others seeking some support from an entrepreneurship center we have, asking us whether we can provide some funding for him to develop a small language module. Right? So why a small language? Because for some tasks, you don't need LLMs. If there is a targeted small language model, that will work much better. So, even first year, second year undergraduate students are beginning to think about the kinds of possibilities that exist and then develop those technologies. Agentic AI, is the next step where you can actually have a digital employee or a group of digital employees who will do your tasks, right? And they work together with a lead agent. So in summary then, right, this is how we can understand the evolution. What happens next is something which we are uncertain. Okay. So having talked about all of this, I will conclude by speaking about a couple of things, and then we can spend a little bit of time with answering your questions. So why did I spend bulk of my presentation on this? Because when we speak about AI, what is it that we are talking about? That itself is something that we're not clear about. From the broadest artificial intelligence, how a robot might replace workers, to how knowledge generation happens, how digital agents could actually transform the way in which we function. There isn't much clarity on the impact of this, and therefore I thought it would be, having heard a lot of even vice chancellors and senior administrative deans of engineering schools not being clear about these matters, I thought it would be helpful for us to have some understanding of this. So what are the implications, for me to conclude in the next 4 or 5 minutes? What are the implications as far as higher education is concerned? I want to say 2 things. One is, we are in this moment of transition, so we don't know what be the direction in which we move, and that's adding to our confusion. So our students are sometimes not putting in the effort because they can submit an assignment which they would have prepared using ChatGPT or having an agent. So when we do a Viva, when we ask them questions, they don't have good answers. They will not even have read the presentations that they have made. So we're worried about this, and then we talk about what is it that we're teaching? Are we providing value to the time and effort and money that they spend on this educational program? So that becomes our burden. But in a sense, we are in this transitionary moment where we need to keep the earlier goals, learning outcomes also in our mix. And what I mean by that is, take writing or math problem solving or coding as examples. If you know what is good writing, it helps for us to use ChatGPT. So we know what is good writing. We can recognize a good sentence, we can recognize a good paragraph and use that. right? For an advertising, agency professional, if that person is experienced, if that person knows what is the standard, then it becomes easier for that person to say, okay, this is a good poster, this is a good message, this is a good video that can go out, 15-second video that can go out. But for a novice, if you don't know what is a good sentence, if you don't know what is a good paragraph or a good essay, whether you've written it, whether you've understood or not, you're not able to, decide and provide that to, your instructors. So there, the focus has been on teaching students how to come up with good prompts so that they can produce good material. But you have to take whatever, LLMs spit out. So we don't know how to assess that as novices. But a professor might use it more efficiently. A seasoned programmer might use the coding capabilities of ChatGPT more efficiently because he or she will be able to recognize the bugs, errors that the LLM would have made. So that is where we are at this moment. So we need to continue to sort of hold on to our core values, practices of the past. But at the same time, be alive to something very important, very radical, very transformative that is happening amidst us, which is while, if you go back to the examples that I was giving, whether it's writing includes all of, literature, humanities, social sciences, and so on, or coding, or, math puzzles, or, using LLMs for research in physics or chemistry. The challenge that we face is this. There is the deployment of all of these. And these fields are also being transformed by generative AI because new research can be done using generative AI very efficiently, very quickly. But what happens to, the claims of authorship, originality? Did the machine do the work? Did, the human author do the work? Is there a need to ask the human author to recognize, to identify the precise ways in which artificial intelligence, particularly agentic AI and generative AI has been used? Even journals are figuring out, or publishers are figuring out these parameters. New York Times last week fired a book book reviewer because he had used ChatGPT and in order to produce a review of a book, and that review had borrowed extensively from a review that had been published in The Guardian a month ago. So what is the nature of authorship in this new world is a question that we have to confront. But even while we are settling these questions of authorship, what we cannot escape is that there is this tool which we have to use, or which we will be tempted to use, which will be compelled to use, right? I mean, think about how just searching on Google and finding out new publications that are emerging, 20 years ago, changed our lives, and this is changing our lives 100 times more. So what would have taken for me a week's work, today I may be able to do it in a couple of hours, right? So in a scenario like that, how am I gonna resist the temptation? Forget a student or someone else, anybody for that matter, is a question that we have to respond to. So in that context, when new knowledge is being generated using these tools, how are we teaching how to do research, how to write, how to understand to our students? So my point is this: in any of these fields, right? Math is not changing, history is not changing, physics is not changing. The questions you're asking in these disciplines will continue to remain the same for the foreseeable future. So what is changing is the way in which we are functioning within these disciplines. The disciplines themselves are evolving with the use of artificial intelligence. How we transmit knowledge, how we generate knowledge, how we conduct learning, that is changing radically. So in that sense, we also have to see how the disciplines are evolving, how something new is coming, right? It's that we have to take into account while bringing about changes in our educational model. The problem for us is, as I said a moment ago, we are in this transitionary moment. Had we, been in a moment where there was some finality, some, clarity about where we are going next, it would have been easier for us to chart out our paths. So that is the conundrum we are facing. But I think, holding on to some of our best practices of the past, and without being afraid of the kind of changes or anxious about the kind of changes that are, coming about because of the introduction of particularly generative and agentic AI, we need to find some, some pathways to move forward. It's almost as if this is fated. I mean, it's not something that we can alter, that we can avoid, that we can opt out. It's there everywhere. So in that sense, finding our path forward will probably involve, learning how to use these tools really well. So what I mean by that is, 25 years ago, 30 years ago, we started using computers extensively because we couldn't opt out of it. In the same fashion, in the next few years, we will learn how to use an agent in order to respond to emails that we get, because I don't know what we're going to do with our time, but we want to be efficient. We don't want to waste time with answering emails or responding to some WhatsApp. So if an agent has access to information that needs to be fed, right? If someone is asking whether they can schedule a meeting or whether we'll be able to go somewhere, if the agent has access to my calendar and knows what I'm doing, it might, on my behalf, respond. So that is the brave new world that we are entering. So in that sense, we need to sort of find, we need to do two things. One is, have a very clear understanding of the kinds of changes that are happening. And it's not very difficult to find out what are these changes. Honestly, I spent about 20 minutes this morning to put together that, I used Claude and I provided very specific prompts. AI could not have, informed my understanding the narrative that I'm constructing today. It could not have given me the direction in which my presentation should go. That comes from my, own thinking, my own experiences. But what help I get from Claude is, if I ask, I know that these are very different things. Artificial intelligence is different, generative AI is different, agentic AI is different. I need to share this understanding with, a group of friends. So put together some slides. These are the highlights I want. This is the comparison I want. These are the real life examples that I want. Put them together. It'll do in 5 minutes. So that efficiency is brought to my functioning. So I'm going to have to be honest enough to acknowledge the work that Claude does, right? I'll have to claim where my contribution comes, honestly, right? So this is the world in which we live. We can't be anxious about it. We can't be afraid of it. We just have to figure out our next ethical standards for a variety of different things. We need to figure out how we are going to work in, or what will be the nature of the work, how we value work, how we reward work, how do we take care of others who may not be able to participate in this universe of work, right? And in all of this, higher education has a very important role to play. And by that I mean, whether it is by generating discourses or ensuring that, whether it's policy formulations, other input that we need in order to organize our societies, we have a key role to play. And I strongly believe in that. And it's, with the acknowledgement, with the recognition of that role, that I want to end my presentation today. Thank you very much for being very patient and listening to my remarks. I'll be happy to respond to comments or questions if you have any.
Sometimes we get bogged down with what we had read earlier or what we had thought earlier about artificial intelligence, which is not there. It's already changed, and therefore what you said about the agency that is being brought into artificial intelligence, agentive AI, that's very useful. And the other one is that like most technologies, AI is also irreversible. We cannot imagine going back to a particular time slot where there is no AI. It's not possible. It's only a fantasy. So what we need to do, on the other hand, is to negotiate with it and try to see how it can help us. I think I can put it very briefly, saying that we should teach AI to do what we want and not learn from AI what we should be doing. That, I think, is the way ahead for all of us. Thank you again for a very insightful talk. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being very patient and listening.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the enlightening and insightful address. As we move towards the conclusion of this session, I invite Mrs. Priya, Faculty, Department of Commerce, to propose the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's my proud privilege to propose the vote of thanks for today's special lecture. I express our heartfelt gratitude our esteemed resource person, Dr. Prithvidatta Chandra Shobi, for delivering such an insightful and enlightening session. Your valuable thoughts and expertise have truly enriched our understanding, and we are grateful for the time and effort you have taken to share your knowledge with us. Thank you, sir. I would also like to thank all the distinguished delegates and participants for your enthusiastic presence and active participation. Your engagement has made this session more meaningful and interactive. My appreciation also goes to the organizing team for the dedicated efforts behind the scenes to ensure the smooth conduct of this program. Today's session has indeed been a great learning experience, and we are confident that the knowledge gained will be beneficial in our academic and professional journeys. With this, I once again thank everyone for being a part of this special lecture. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mrs. Priya. With this, we come to the end of the session. Thank you all for your presence and participation. Now, I request the presenters to move towards the assigned classrooms and venues. Yes. Thank you.
The nursing students can go to a room of interest. ನಿಮಗೆ ಯಾವ ರೂಮಲ್ಲಿ ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಇದೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ಫ್ಯಾಕಲ್ಟಿ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೇಷನ್ಸ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. You can sit here, or if you are interested in other psychology presentations, you can even go to the AV room, or we'll continue with the psychology presentations here. Okay? Okay. We have the psychology and the mental health presentations in this room. We also have it in the AV room in the next building. We also have it in room number 102. That is the psychology presentations that we have. Room number 303, again psychology presentations. Then we have the commerce presentations in room 105. And we have the science and technology presentations in room number 104. We have social work presentation and humanities presentations in room number 304. So these are the presentations. You can choose. If you want, you can sit here, or you can choose where you want to be. Can I ask the volunteers to please set up the stage for the, because the guest is already waiting. Ma'am, ಅವ್ರು ಕುತ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಬರುತ್ತೆ ನೋಡಕ್ಕೆ. ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಕುತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು ಬೇಡ.
All the presentation other than this room happens at the next building. Okay, you have the connection from this to that. Okay, so you can do it. So if you are interested to stay here,
Do we have Dr. Praveen here? No. Do we have Dr. Sukirti here? No. Do we have Mr. Bopanna here? Yes. Miss Anagha? Yes. Miss Chaitra V? Yes. Arvind GV and Dr. Mutkappa sir? Yes. Savita Madhav ma'am? Yes. Dr. Srinivas and Mr. Vinay R? Yes. Thank you. Yeah, these. Please note that everyone presenting in this particular room are either faculty members or research scholars or senior freelancers and professionals. ಶಿಲ್ಪನ್ ರೂಮಿಗೆ ಹೋದ್ರು, ಶಿಲ್ಪ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ. ಈಗ ಬರ್ತೀಯಾಳೆ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಶುರು ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. The chairperson of the session will be Dr. Sai Komal, who is a psychiatrist from Subbaiah Institute of Medical Sciences. Could I request a few of you to come this side? So move. Yourself also move. You've been sitting and sitting and sitting. So that we can see you and you don't have to crane your neck to see us. For all the participants, I'll just brief you about the rules. Please ensure that the maximum time that is given to you is 8 minutes. You will get a reminder at 6 minutes and another reminder at 7 minutes, and you will have to end wherever you are, if you are, at exactly 8 minutes. So please, when you're given a reminder at 6 minutes, ensure that you wrap up as soon as possible. And you should also be given 2 minutes to have the discussion. The discussion can be from anyone in the audience. ನೀವು ಯಾವುದಾದ್ರೂ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಇದ್ರೆ ಕೇಳ್ಬೋದು. The topics that we have today are Mr. Bopanna from Kuvempu University, contribution of emerging to physical and mental fitness, a review. Right, sir? Ms. Anagha, culturally grounded mental health training in the era of artificial intelligence, a constructive, pragmatic perspective. Ms. Chaitra V from KSOU, human artificial intelligence collaboration in promoting resilience